Housekeeping. Did you receive my revised inquiry schedule yesterday or this morning?
This morning, yes.
No. So if it was sent to Mr. Cook,
Hang on, let me just.
I can't imagine my case officer would have done anything other than send it to everybody.
One of our team, Neil Williams, isn't here today because he's unwell. It's possible that he would have received it and not yet.
I'm afraid I haven't.
Okay. Well, we'll park that for a moment because really it was just formalising what we discussed yesterday afternoon anyway. There was no surprises. So if that doesn't come through, we'll deal with it again at that point.
Can I just confirm something? I'm sure it's my fault for not following properly, but the matters we discussed yesterday, that's how the rest of the inquiry is going to proceed, is it? That's formalised.
Well, it's formalised in the sense of until we know what's happening likely tomorrow. So today is flooding, possibly tomorrow morning as well, depending on how far we get.
Yeah.
Then 106 and conditions roundtable sessions,
Yes.
and then a site visit on Friday morning. And then how we proceed from there really is up in the air, depending on what the framework says.
I only asked the questions because Mr. Carpenter has obviously got to prepare matters before his
Yeah.
planning evidence, whether or not it takes place
Mhm.
and when it takes place, and obviously I have to prepare questions.
Mhm.
So the thing I need to know is I don't need to finalise his cross-examination or the cross-examination rather just tonight.
No.
That's
It's provisionally Tuesday and Wednesday next week,
okay.
and then with closings to follow virtually at a date yet to be agreed. But that obviously might not happen. It depends what the framework is like.
There's one other item I know and I discussed, just in terms of making good use of time.
Mm-hmm.
It may be that we can order matters on Thursday so that things are a little more efficient. What I had in mind was that potentially, and I've got one eye on fitting in the residual planning evidence next week,
Mhm.
2 days that are presently scheduled. Just a thought to consider dealing with some of the distinct matters that Ms. Beaumont and Mr. Cook raised in terms of planning, in addition to conditions in 106 on the Thursday. And then obviously they could come back and address any additional matters that arise from the changes to the MPPF. But it seems to me that certainly Ms. Beaumont has some quite ecology-specific matters in terms of planning that we could probably deal with on Thursday.
Were you thinking of roundtable session or cross-examination?
Well, I think my learned friend is interested in picking up some of the points that arose in the ecology roundtable session. That's for him as how he wants to address it, I would imagine, in cross.
It's Mr. Williams.
What I was just keen to ensure was that if Mrs. Beaumont and Mr. Cook had set time aside this week, that we should try and accommodate anything they wanted to deal with this week if we could. For example, Mrs. Beaumont, we've dealt with ecology. Mrs. Beaumont raises some issues relating to the informal stroke formal, in her case, footpath that runs along the back. Mr. Cook has obviously got his concerns that he's raised, some of which are drainage, which we'll deal with today. Others relate to planning matters, the neighbourhood plan, for example. If there was time this week and Mr. Cook wanted to deal with those points, I'd be very happy for that to happen. I don't see that everything necessarily has to be pushed back because of the NPPF. Equally, if Mr. Cook would rather wait and do it all in one go next week, that's fine. I just thought that while we're here, if it's convenient for the Rule 6 parties to give their evidence, having maybe booked time out of their diaries to do so, I'd do everything I can to accommodate that.
Yes, Mr. Cook, your thoughts?
I'm happy to, my side, I'm quite happy to address any issues on the Faversham local plan, either outside the planning or as part of the planning. It doesn't really make any difference. Obviously, going into the Faversham neighbourhood plan in more detail on the planning side.
Sorry, would you be able to turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
Sorry. Yes, so I can deal with it this week if required, or I can deal with it within the planning, as we will be generally looking at things then. The only issue on the ecology I think I raised in relation to the Faversham neighbourhood plan was in the area of wilding that we refer to at the back of the Springhead Road was is marked up on the on one of the illustrations as and shown as a wildlife corridor. So which I raised. Don't know if that's something that they wanted to pick up. Whether it's done this week or next week is fairly immaterial. I didn't bring a copy of the local plan with me today because I wasn't anticipating dealing with anything to respect to that today. I can't at the moment speak for Ms. Beaumont because I know she's not available today. So I can ask her to be available if required. So we can deal with things then.
Okay. I'm just concerned it might become a bit bitty and difficult to draw the lines. I understand completely trying to use inquiry time as efficiently as possible, but I think I'd be more comfortable, particularly as Miss Bowman's not even here, I think I'd be more comfortable with just keeping that sort of line. And if it means we end up having quite a busy 2 days next week, I still think I'd prefer that overall. But thank you for thinking about how we could use the time efficiently anyway. So yeah, Ms. Cook, we'll distill your evidence as programmed, well, provisionally Tuesday next week, but subject to what the framework says.
Fine.
Okay, thank you. And I'll double check what's happening with the information being sent around. In fact, also, I did also send around my comments on conditions. Has that been received? Yes. So you do have that? It seems very unlikely that my case officer would have sent it just to the council. Okay.
I had got the conditions this morning, and I think it was about 7:37 it was sent through. It has in fact disappeared from my computer now for some peculiar reason. I have no idea why.
We'll track that down directly from the case officer. Thank you.
If I could maybe just ask it just resent around within your team, just for ease, please. Thank you. And then, in terms of ID documents, I see some were uploaded to the website overnight, but not all. So if I can just ask that they are all loaded up. I have copies of ID 1, 2, 3, 4, but I don't have number 5 yet, which was Miss Beaumont's opening statement. I don't know if she sent that through electronically or not, or she was just reading.
She sent
notes.
it. I got a copy from her of an email she sent to Amy at 20:54 last night.
So it's quite possible that's just not got through to me yet because of it coming through late yesterday. Okay. So yes, if I could just ask whoever's dealing with uploading to the website, just make sure it's all uploaded at some point today, please. Thank you. One more point that I need to raise. I was asked, there's this complicated way of accessing the building, the least accessible public building I've ever come across. Yes. So that's an aside. I think if I was a local taxpayer, it would annoy me, but there has to be somebody downstairs to let us back in when we go out for lunch, and they've asked if we can, within reason, coordinate when we come back if we're going out to get sandwiches. And I don't know how if possible that's going to be because we're obviously all quite different groups of people.
I don't think we should be in a position of coordinating our lunch.
Yeah.
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 I'll have to work with the council to see if we can make that easier. But so I have tried that a few times already.
Mm-hmm.
Necessarily been entirely successful. But I'll say
Okay, thank you. So we'll see where we end up on that at lunchtime. Thank you. That's everything for me except for one small thing. Obviously, we've had this idea about microphones, them all being on at the same time being difficult. I'm hoping for cross-examination we can keep them both open, so the barrister asking the questions and the witness. I'd like to at least try that. Oh, she's gone. And we can get feedback on whether or not that's working, because otherwise it really will be annoying turning it on and off again each time. So if we try that, and then we'll be told, I think, if people can't hear properly. And there is one final thing. We do have a special guest who just walked into the room. It's Paul Morrison, who's the CEO of the Planning Inspectorate. So he's here just to observe today. It's the second time he's observed me. I'm trying to work out if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Okay. So yes, that's everything. Yes, Paul, all you've missed is all the faff at the beginning. So nothing interesting. And we're now on to the good bit, which is the flooding evidence. And we're starting with Mr. Hartwell and Mr. Clapp.
So yes, where would you like Mr. Hartwell to sit?
That's a good point, actually.
Try in your hands. To your left.
It's easier for you.
I would have thought.
Yes. Probably there, if that's okay with everybody else.
You can always sit a little bit closer to Mr. Williams if he's been crossed. If that's easier, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Or down there. I don't know whether the live stream camera position makes any difference.
Oh, yes. No, I think he'll be okay if he's either he can be either there or here, and that's fine looking at that camera.
Well, I don't know about him being down here.
Yeah.
I think that's back to me, or his back to Mr. Williams.
I mean, here's the more traditional place, isn't it? Just to
Yeah.
the left or the right of the
That works,
inspector.
he's,
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. Just a moment to set
Mhm.
that.
No, please go ahead. Okay, I'll hand over to you, Mr. Clapp.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Mr. Hartwell.
Good morning.
Just in terms of the documents you've produced for this inquiry, you have a proof of evidence and a rebuttal proof and some
That is correct.
appendices.
Yes, that's correct.
And you've also agreed with Mr. Whittingham a topic-specific statement of common ground
That is correct, yes.
dated 4th of December.
Yes.
And in terms of introductions, I'm just going to start by introducing you to the inquiry by reference to section 1 of your proof of evidence, please. You are Mr. Edward Hartwell.
Yes, that is correct.
You're a flood risk consultant working for JBA Consulting.
Yes.
You have an MSc in Geography. You're a chartered member of the Chartered Institute for Water and Environment Management.
That is correct, yes.
You've been a flood risk consultant for 14 years. You say you've written numerous strategic flood risk assessments across England.
Yes.
And you're head of the JBA Internal Strategic Flood Risk Assessment Technical Group.
That is correct, yes.
You say you've been involved in numerous SFAs. How many are we talking?
So over the last 7 years at JBA, I've probably been involved or directly involved in writing probably about 12 or 13 SFRAs directly involved, and then overseeing and supporting others writing in the 20s or 30s.
Okay. And the inspector's read your proof of evidence, he's read your rebuttal proof and your appendix. I'm going to take those documents as read, and I'm going to pick out some key points for the inquiry. And I want to start, please, by just turning up the flooding statement of common ground.
Yes.
I don't think so. That has a core document reference number.
No, I think the proofs and the statements of common ground are just documents standing on their own.
Yeah, I think they're freestanding.
Yeah.
But, just checking that you have it and have access to it.
Yes, I do.
Okay, grateful. Okay, well, I want to cover some of the issues which are agreed, and then we're going to go to some diagrams, plans to show why they're agreed. You start with paragraph 1.1. Tell us what it says there.
So we say the parties agree that there are areas of land within the application red line boundary within flood zone 2 and 3 as defined on the Environment Agency flood risk maps.
Okay, and we know from paragraph 1.2, when we're talking about assessing flood risk, we're looking at all sources of flood risk. That's agreed.
That is correct, yes.
And we know that we're looking at the EA standing advice. Can you take us to 1.5 to 1.7 and just summarise what's agreed there between the parties?
Yes, so paragraphs 1.5 to 1.7 highlight, I suppose, just an element of uncertainty around the consideration of the climate change allowances. So the planning practice guidance says that you should consider climate change. However, there's no clear definition of what climate change allowance that should be within the planning practice guidance. The Environment Agency guidance on climate change, which is core document 6.5, discusses tidal flood risk on page 8. That's PDF page 8. It says that the... sorry, I'm just going to find the right part of it. So it essentially on page 8 at the bottom highlights that there are 2 climate change uplifts that can be considered for tidal or sea level allowances, the higher central and the upper end. And then the penultimate paragraph on that page says for flood risk assessments and strategic flood risk assessments, assess both the higher central and upper end allowances. So one of the challenges is in considering which allowance to use for a flood risk assessment. So in paragraph 1.7 we have just an area of agreement here which says that in this instance the Environment Agency only required the higher central uplift to be considered within the flood risk assessment.
Okay. And then just very briefly, take us through 1.8 and 1.9.
So 1.8 just highlights what mapping was available in the SFRA. So the what's known as the 1 in 200 year event, which is an event with a 0.5% annual exceedance probability. So that's the chance of that event occurring in any 1 year. And that's with an allowance for climate change. And it's been agreed between both parties that is the suitable return period to use within the assessment.
Okay, and then 1.9, there's a slightly different figure, 1 in X year figure between surface and tidal water flooding. Just draw that out for the inspector so that he knows that difference.
Yeah, that's correct. So the what's known as the design flood event and is used to define flood zone 3A is slightly different between tidal and surface water and fluvial flood risk. So tidal flood risk, paragraph 1.8 there, is the 1 in 200 year event or the 0.5%. For surface water, it considers the 1 in 100 year event rather than the 1 in 200. So it just highlights there what mapping is available in the SFRA for surface water, and there's the 1 in 1,000 year available, the 1 in 100 year and the 1 in 30 year, and then the 1 in 100 and the 1 in 30 year with an allowance for climate change.
Okay, brilliant. Well, let's just move on then to the FRA and how the Statement of Common Ground deals with that. We've got all of that in paragraph 2. If you just could just take a moment, probably starting with paragraph 2.2, just take the inspector through what's agreed between you here.
Yeah, so within the flood risk assessment, it was identified that the tidal mapping that was used in the tidal modelling for the strategic flood risk assessment was out of date here. The reason it's out of date is that the ground levels on the site have been modified. There used to be, I think there were gravel workings there, and those have been infilled in approximately 2016. So the flood risk assessment identified that the flood extents in the SFRA weren't exactly right in this location because of those topographic extents. So paragraph 2.2 just states the parties agree that analysis of flood risk using the latest on-site ground levels would be appropriate to assess the extents of potential future tidal flood risk. So within the flood risk assessment, it was assessed using a tidal level provided by the Environment Agency of 5.83 metres above ordnance datum, and that was mapped onto the topographic data to give a flood extent for the site.
Okay, and then take us through the findings in 2.3, 2.4, please.
Yeah, so within CD 2.14, which is the flood risk assessment and outline drainage strategy, there is an appendix H.
Yeah, well, we can turn up the document in a second. I'll just
No
ask
problem.
you to summarise it.
So essentially, the within appendix H, it shows the areas of the site that are at risk of flooding, and I suppose more importantly shows that there are areas of the site identified for development, including the housing, main access road, and the drainage and attenuation pond within the development area that are at risk of flooding in the 1 in 200 year event, plus higher central climate change allowance.
Okay. And then, yes, that's right. And then,
Sorry, just to help me, because we're talking here about both tidal and surface water flooding. If I think it'd be helpful to me if everybody always says either tidal or surface water flooding before the saying flooding. Just,
okay, that's probably.
although I think most of the time I will get it right. It's
Helpful
just
to
to
me
make
in
sure
my
that I
head as well.
don't.
Apologies, I'll
make any
try and
errors.
remember to be clearer.
So was that answer in
That
respect to
was
surface or
that
tidal?
was answer was in respect to tidal flooding.
Okay.
So I thought it was, and I probably will be right 99% of the time. But it's just to make sure.
Yeah. It's very easily done. So, okay, so that's 2.3. Just summarise 2.4 and 5. Right. Well, let's do 2.4. Let's do it in stages. 2.4, please.
So
now we're talking
2.4 is in respect to surface water flooding.
Thank you.
So this looks at the SFRA mapping, so strategic flood risk assessment mapping for surface water flooding. It shows the risk of flooding for surface water mapping that was used as a national flood mapping data set. It's produced by applying rainfall directly to a surface, and then it creates runoff from that. Essentially, it shows that there aren't any significant off-site surface water flow paths that are entering the site, but it does show areas of ponding within surface depressions on the site. The original data set that was underlying topography data set that was used to represent the surface water flooding predates the restoration of the site. So the topography is potentially somewhat out of date and may not reflect the latest flood risk to the site, but I suppose I'll look at that later on.
Yes. Is any of that challenged? Is the mapping and surface water challenged?
It's not directly challenged within the flood risk assessment. It does highlight the out of date topography, but it doesn't challenge the flood risk or present an alternative flood risk.
Well, I'll show the inspector some documents on that in a moment. Okay. And then finally, just take us through 2.5, please, bringing it all together. And I think this is probably about both tidal and surface water flooding.
Yes, that's correct. So this relates to both tidal and surface water. It says the parties agree that if it were possible to construct directly onto the existing ground levels without changing them, and in the absence of a drainage strategy approved by the council and statutory consultees, areas of the site proposed for housing, main access road and drainage and attenuation pond would be at risk in all modelled, well, it says surface water events there, but it would be a risk in all model surface water events and also in the 1 in 200 plus climate change tidal event.
Okay, thank you very much. I know it's a bit of a laborious exercise reading this out, but it's useful to set the scene for today. We can take the statutory consultees section a bit more quickly, I think. I'm just going to ask you to explain the importance of 3.4, what it says and why that's relevant.
Yes, so while there are no objections in flood risk terms from the Environment Agency or Kent County Council in terms of drainage, though they're not the statutory consultees, it's not their responsibility to confirm whether or not the sequential test should be applied. So while their lack of objections is important in terms of should the development go ahead, it doesn't have any weight in terms of the sequential test.
Okay. And then we know at 4, don't we know there's some ground level works that are going to need to take place. That's also in the flooding statement of common ground.
That's correct,
I
yes.
can probably ask Mr. Carpenter more questions about this in due course. Will you just remind the inspector of what paragraph 2.2 says about assessing flood risk?
Sorry, do you mean 2.2?
2.2 of the Statement of Common Ground.
So the parties agree that analysis of flood risk using the latest on-site ground levels would be appropriate to assess the extents of potential future flood risk. So that's the ground levels after the modifications.
Okay. And in here at 4.3, just take us through the extent of the ground raising. How much is the ground raising going to be?
So there's my understanding is there needs to be ground raising in a number of locations in the north west corner of the housing area of the site and also the southeast corner. The access and either main access to the site would also need to be raised, and the suds and attenuation pond would need to be raised to make it safe from flood risk, so that flooding doesn't impact the design of that attenuation basin, and those levels would all need to be raised to 300 mil above the 1 in 200 year tidal with climate change level, which gives you a level of 16.13, so that would be the minimum level I believe that they would be raised to.
Great. And just final bit with the Statement of Common Ground, take us through the first area of disagreement, please.
So the first area of disagreement says the remaining areas of disagreement relate to whether the sequential test should have been completed. This is due to development areas within the application site falling within excuse me, the 1 in 200 year higher central climate change tidal flood extent and the present day and climate change surface water flood extents.
Thank you. Okay. And then on the second part of that, I think I'm probably going to ask Mr. Carpenter and Mr. Lane about that. So we can get back to your proof now. You put away the Statement of Common Ground. And I want to go to section 4 of your proof, please. Page 5.
It's PDF page 13.
Do you have it, sir? I'm grateful. only want to deal with relevant policy once, so I think it's fair we're dealing with this in detail, Mr. Carpenter. I'm not going to ask you to explain this policy in detail, leave that for him. Can you just give us a very brief summary, if you can, of the approach that you've taken out? Tell us how this all knits together and whether you think a sequential test is necessary in the circumstances.
Yep, so a strategic flood risk assessment is, I suppose, the underlying document, and paragraph, sorry, I'm just trying to find the right paragraph, 166 of the MPPF says that a strategic policy should be informed by a strategic flood risk assessment and should manage risk from all sources. So that's the intention of the SFRA. The changes to the National Planning Policy Framework in 2020, and then the subsequent change to the Planning Practice Guidance in 2021, then go on to say that you need to apply the sequential test to all sources of flood risk. So paragraph 168 of the MPPF says that the aim of the sequential test is to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding from any source. And then paragraph 24 of the Planning Practice Guidance, which was updated in 2021, then says that sequential test ensures that a sequential risk-based approach is followed to steer new development to areas with the lowest risk of flooding, taking account all sources of flood risk and climate change into account. Then paragraph 27 of the Planning Practice Guidance says that the sequential test should be applied to major and non-major development. So from those, you can then inform that a sequential test should be applied. Going into the Environment Agency guidance for flood risk assessments, in zones 1, 2, 3, and 3B, it then goes further and explains how and when that sequential test should be considered. So it says a sequential test is required for major and non-major development if any proposed building, access and escape route, land raising or other vulnerable element will be in flood zone 1, and the LPA's SFRA shows that it will be increased risk of flooding during its lifetime. Sorry, Mr. Barrett. So either if it's in flood zone 2 or 3, or if it's in flood zone 1 and the SFRA shows it will be increased risk during its lifetime, or it's subject to sources of flooding other than rivers and seas. And it then goes on to say development is not exempt from the sequential test just because a flood risk assessment shows it can be made safe through its lifetime without increasing risk elsewhere.
Dealing with that in stages, dealing with whether this paragraph bites, do we have a proposed building, access, escape route, land raising or other vulnerable element which is in flood zone 1 and the LPA's SFRA shows it will be increased risk of flooding during its lifetime? That
is correct, yes.
Okay, well, we'll go to the documents in a minute. Okay, so that's the first part. And then the next bit, you say a development is not exempt from the sequential test just because an FRA shows it can be made safe during its lifetime. Is that a paragraph that applies? Is that relevant to the circumstances of this case?
Yes, that is relevant to this case, given that the flood risk assessment has shown that it would need mitigation measures, so land raising, to make development safe through its lifetime.
Yeah, okay, so how does that fit into the question of whether a sequential test is required or not?
Sorry, how does the flood risk assessment?
Well, what does this EA guidance tell us about those mitigation works and their import to the question of whether a sequential test is required or not?
So the EA guidance is clear that though you can't consider mitigation measures in justification for not needing the sequential test. So you need to consider the sequential test before you consider any mitigation measures.
Okay. Great. Well, I'll ask Mr. Carpenter some more questions in detail about that. Let's get into your mapping. So, section 5, please, of your proof. You refer to CD 6.1, which is the SFRA. What's the significance of this document? I think you've already really touched on this, but I just want to make sure it's covered off.
Yeah, so the strategic flood risk assessment is prepared as a strategic document for the council to support them with their local plan, but also to support with considering flood risk for windfall development as well. So it's a key flood risk document and a document that anyone would go to preparing a flood risk assessment to understand the flood risk initially before potentially investigating it in more detail for that specific site.
And then when was the relevant SFRA produced in this case?
The SFRA was produced in JBA were commissioned in 2019, and the SFRA was produced in 2020.
Okay, and how does that relate to the chronology of the most recent versions of the framework and the guidance?
So that was prepared before the updates and the changes to the National Planning Policy Framework and Planning Practice Guidance. Swale Borough Council are in fact in the process of preparing an updated strategic flood risk assessment at the moment.
Okay. So is the document current?
The document is current in terms of flood maps, but it needs to be read in I suppose taking account of the changes in national policy. And a strategic flood risk assessment does not override national planning policy where that policy has changed.
Yeah. And how does that impact its usefulness?
It still has usefulness in terms of flood risk, but it has to be understood in that context, and it's important to understand it.
Okay.
With those changes.
And you say at the bottom of page 9, paragraph 5.2 of your proof, you say the tidal modelling within the SFRA based on 2019 EA North Kent Coast modelling. What's the current status of that modelling? Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so the model has actually recently been updated. I believe it is currently being reviewed by the Environment Agency at the moment. There are changes that have taken place to that model, but the flood risk assessment sought advice from the Environment Agency and used the latest levels that were provided by the Environment Agency and that are from that model. So there are minor changes in that modelling, and the new SFRA will include those changes.
Okay. And one of the things, just let's go to the paragraph just so you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's in Mr. Whittingham's proof, at paragraph 1.12. One of the things, are you there? Sorry.
Sorry,
1.12, please.
Oh, sorry. There we go. Yeah, I'm there now.
So we've got Mr. Whittingham here acknowledging we've got parts of the site that are in Zone 2 and Zone 3A, high risk. And then he says, a pragmatic sequential approach in line with Section 4 of the SFRA has been applied. Now, do you consider that the SFRA refers to applying a pragmatic sequential approach?
Not in relation to the sequential test. It does in places recommend a pragmatic sequential approach, and if we go to paragraph, which section 4 of the SFRA, I believe the section that it refers to is within section 4.3, and it's the second paragraph on page 23, PDF page 41. And at that,
Could you repeat that reference, please?
sorry. So it's the second paragraph on page 23, which is PDF page 41.
Thank you.
So it says in the last sentence of that paragraph, a pragmatic approach should be taken when applying the sequential test and should be agreed with the council. However, if you read the rest of the paragraph, it's clear that that relates to the definition of the area of the sequential test. So the whole paragraph read together says local circumstances must be used to define the area of application of the sequential test. The criteria used to determine the appropriate search area relate to the catchment area for the type of development being proposed. Whilst for some sites this may be clear, in other cases it may be identified by other local plan policies. A pragmatic approach should be taken when applying the sequential test and should be agreed with the council.
Okay. Let's talk about climate change. It's common ground that we need to take into account the effects of climate change when considering flood risk. Can you summarise by reference to the relevant guidance, which I think you have at CD 6.5?
Yes.
Can you tell us how this works?
In terms of climate change?
Yeah.
So the guidance on climate change allowances is specifically written for flood risk assessments and strategic flood risk assessments. So I've been over what the guidance says in terms of the sea level allowances for tidal flooding, that it should consider the higher central and upper end. Mm-hmm. For surface water, it's a little bit more prescriptive. So on PDF page 7, it describes what you should consider for a development with a lifetime beyond 2100. It says flood risk assessments and strategic flood risk assessments assess the upper end allowance. You must do this for both the 1% and 3.3% annual exceedance probability events for the 2070s epoch. So that's what's being considered there. So the challenge in terms of the sequential test is that it essentially falls outside of the of this guidance, in that the sequential test just says that you should consider climate change and without further identifying it, essentially. Okay. But yeah, for the purposes of what we've done in the strategic flood risk assessment, we have considered the upper end allowance, and then we've considered both the higher central and upper end in the SFRA. Okay, great.
We could come to the plans in a moment, but just considering the higher central and upper end, you just summarise the flooding situation under either of those thresholds, please.
So under both of those thresholds, they show flood risk to the site and to the developable areas of the site, including the housing, access roads, and attenuation basin.
Okay.
Just on this point, do we know why the EA recommended only high central be considered?
There's no clear guidance. I think. I mean, I would refer to my colleague from the appellants to know if the Environment Agency gave them a reason, but essentially it depends on a number of things. So if you read the guidance on page 10 of CD 6.5, it has a section called How to Use a Range of Allowances to Assess Flood Risk. And it says, to help you decide which allowance to use to address flood risk for a development or development plan allocation, consider the likely depth, extent, speed of onset, velocity, duration of flooding for each allowance of climate change over time, the vulnerability of the proposed development types or land use allocations to flooding, built-in measures used to address flood risk, for example, raised floor levels, and capacity or space in the development to include measures to manage flood risk in the future using an adaptive approach. So it tells you lots of things that you should assess, but doesn't tell you how you should assess that to give you the answer. But in this case, the difference between the two is relatively minimal in terms of the flood extents on site. They're fairly similar.
Okay. So obviously we've got two thresholds. We've only considered the lower one of the two.
That's correct, yes.
Fairly obvious question. What happens if we conduct the same analysis with the higher threshold?
The flood extents are slightly greater.
Okay. And if we go to the FRA, page 61, you'll remember this is the EA, 61 of the PDF. It's the EA's letter of the 11th of August 2023. Just take a moment, turn that up.
Sorry, which document?
It's CD 2.14, so it's the FRA, page 61 of the PDF, please. Do you have it, sir? I'm grateful. So the EA advises that a level of 5.83 AOD should be used. You see that in the second paragraph underneath the word reason. Can you just tell us why that AOD is used?
Yeah, so that's the level for the 1 in 200 year tidal event with an allowance for climate change 100 years in the future. They have taken that level from the latest North Kent coast modelling that's being undertaken for the site. So they have provided that level to the FRA.
Okay, great. Can we go, since we're in the FRA, let's go to page 17. I'm going to go through the maps now. This is the maps bit of the question. I think we're going to start with tidal flooding, if that's all right. Let's start with the document, figure 4.1 of the FRA. Can you tell us, please, what this shows and give us a bit of context about what modelling is informing this particular document?
Yeah, absolutely. So this shows what's known as the flood map for planning. So this is the Environment Agency's flood maps and is the flood zones. It shows in that map what's known as flood zone 1, which is areas that are at less than 0.1% probability of flooding in any year. Flood zone 2, which is between 0.1 and either 0.5 for tidal or 1% for fluvial, and then flood zone 3, which is greater than 0.5% for tidal and 0.1% for fluvial. They show the undefended flood risk, and they show that for the present day only, so they don't take account of climate change. The data used to inform the mapping there is the North Kent coast model. So that is the model here, and the Environment Agency have confirmed that there's no fluvial modelling, and fluvial flood risk is, I think their wording was that it was accounted for within the North Kent coast model, but essentially tidal flood risk is the significant form of flood risk which is informing the flood zones here.
Okay. Yeah, great. Is there anything more we need to say about that, or are you happy we move on from that document?
No, I think happy to move on from that bit.
Okay, and then can we go to your can we go to two documents I want to look at. I want to look at your 5.2, which is on your PDF page 20 of your proof, please. And at the same time, can we have the SFRA open CD 6.1? I'm so sorry. PDF. It's internal page 12 is the document that I want to go. That's yours. It's your figure 2 in your proof, please. That's one of them.
Yep.
And then the other one I'd like you to have a look at is Appendix D to the SFRA, please.
So Appendix D is on.
What PDF? Yeah.
Were you about to give the page reference for the appendix?
Sorry. So yeah, it's PDF page 129 of CD 6.1.
Thank you.
And then PDF page 20 of my proof.
Okay, I'm there.
Just give it. Just check my learned friends there.
Sorry, which was the page number in CD 6.1?
PDF page 129.
Slightly unhelpfully, my SFRA is now not loading on my computer, but I think we can do it just by reference to my note anyway. Just to tell us what we can see here. We've got these two documents in front of us. Tell us what the SFRA document is showing, and then we can talk about comparisons with your 5.2.
Yeah, so Appendix D of the SFRA shows the climate change mapping that was prepared for the strategic flood risk assessment. So this differs from the flood zones because the flood zones don't take account of climate change. So you can see in that appendix that there are a series of different maps. So there's fluvial mapping and some mapping for different sort of watercourses, but the final the final 4 maps that you can see there, the NKC, NKC stands for the.
Sorry, when you say 4 maps, you're not referring to different maps.
Sorry, four layers within the map.
Yeah, thank you.
NKC refers to the North Kent Coast model, so it's showing the 0.5% AEP, so the 1 in 200 year tidal modelling for the higher central and upper end for 2 different what are known as epochs. So those are periods into the future. So you've got one for the climate change impact in 2080 and one for in 2120. This map shows the whole of the flood risk to the whole of the Swale Borough Council administrative area. So I've reproduced in my proof the same mapping just for the local area.
Yes. So let's turn over then to your 5.2.
Yeah.
And can you just tell us how that relates to the document at Appendix D?
Yeah. So I've included 2 of the map layers there, the higher central and upper end climate change allowances for the 2120 period. We don't consider the 2080 period because that is typically for commercial development. So residential development typically has a lifespan or a lifetime of 100 years. So you consider climate change 100 years in the future. So this is the nearest uplift here. So this essentially shows the mapping directly from the SFRA that is relevant to this. So you can see the flood risk to the site, and we've overlaid the site layout underneath.
Okay, and just tell us, just to be absolutely clear about things, what does this show? Where does the flooding hit the site?
So this shows flooding in the northeast, the northwestern area. So you've got flooding covering the access road to the site. You've got properties to the north being flooded, and it also shows for the upper end in this case, what was available here, some properties in the south sort of eastern corner being flooded as well.
Okay, just tell us about the higher end for the northern aspect of the development. Tell us what we can see there.
Extents are fairly similar for the upper end there, so slightly greater extents, but much closer to the higher central.
Okay, can you just remind the inspector what underlying data that's based on? I don't want to give the wrong impression.
Yeah, so this is the North Kent Coastal Model, the 2019 model. So this model, as was identified in the flood risk assessment, has outdated LiDAR in it. So there are parts of the flood extents here that are not accurate because of that incorrect LiDAR or outdated LiDAR.
Okay, and I want to talk about the extent of the difference. And you've very helpfully produced, I think, when I say the extent of the difference, we've obviously got some updated modelling. We all know about that. We haven't come on to it yet. But I want to ask you about the extent of the difference between the old LiDAR data and the new data. So let's turn up your figure 5.5.
Yeah, so
just take us through what this is, please.
Figure 5.5, which is on
page
PDF,
18.
Page 18, PDF page 26. Okay. So this is a comparison of LiDAR levels between the LiDAR used within the North Kent Coast model and the latest Environment Agency composite LiDAR dataset. So that's from 2022. So what you can see is essentially a difference map. So we subtract one from the other. Areas in blue in that map are where there's more than 5 meter difference. So the new 2022 LiDAR would be 5 meters higher, or more than more than half a meter higher than the old LiDAR. Areas in green, pale green, are between half meter and 0.15 meters. And then areas in orange are where the old LiDAR was between 0.15 and 0.5 meters above the latest LiDAR. And then the red areas where the old LiDAR was more than half a meter higher. And then anything in white is anywhere where there's less than a 0.15 meter difference. We use 0.15 meter because that is what's known as the sort of root mean square error accuracy of the LiDAR data is to 0.15 meters. So anything within that is considered a reasonable accuracy, essentially, between the two.
Okay, and recalling the mapping that we just looked at, the higher and upper mapping that we've just considered, how does that relate to these areas of changes?
Yeah, so you can see that within the red line boundary of the site, it's essentially the area to the north and west that is affected by it.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the south and east there's very little change between the LiDAR data before the workings were remediated.
And in terms of the extent of the change to the north, I mean, you've got your key as to which is the most changed and which is the least changed. How much is changing to the north in terms of the levels of this LiDAR?
I mean, they are relatively significant changes, but when you look at it when you look at the topography against the water levels, it doesn't impact a particularly large area of the developable area.
Can you just explain that point for the inspector?
Yes, so it's possibly easier if we go on to the figure on the page, the next page.
Yeah.
So figure 5.6.
Yeah, I'd like to go there next, but I think you might have skipped out a stage of my questioning, so I just
Sorry.
make sure we do it in the right order. Okay, so we've agreed the 5.83 of taking the inspector to that point. Don't need to go up to that again. Okay, so we can go to 5.86. Sorry, not 5.86, 5.6 in your proof. And what I'd like to do with this is to also turn up 214, CD 214, which is the FRA. And I think the page I want to go to is page 82, which should be Appendix H2. So, as a starting point, let's just wait for make sure everyone's there. As a starting point, tell us what information H2 and your figure 5.6 take into account.
Yeah, so within the flood risk assessment, the H2 shows the extent of the flood risk, taking into account the topographic survey to the site, which I believe is contained with Appendix B of the flood risk assessment. So you can see there the areas of the site where what's termed the developable areas within the flood extent that would need to be raised. So I did in my proof
Just pause for a moment and
Yes.
show us on H2, PDF page 82, show us the developable areas that are at risk of flooding.
Yeah, so they are the areas in orange hatching are identified. So you've got part or the majority of the access road to the site. You've got an area marked out for housing development in the north, and you've got a small area marked out for housing development in the south. There is also an attenuation basin in the northern area, which would also need to be raised, which isn't marked on that plan.
Okay. And just take us through, I mean, I think they're just the same thing, but slightly closer up. If you scroll down H2, there are 2 or 3 more drawings. Are they just the different developable areas?
That's correct. My understanding is
Right,
that those are
okay.
just zoomed in on those the area in the northwest
Okay.
and southeast.
So that's the appellant's FRA documentation. And take us now to your figure 5.3, please.
So if it's figure 5.3.
So I'm so sorry,
5.6.
5.6, thank you. So tell us the similarities, differences, what can we see?
Yeah, so figure 5.6 in my proof, which is PDF page 27. This shows a very similar exercise to what was undertaken in the flood risk assessment. So taking the the level provided by the Environment Agency of 5.83. However, because we didn't have the topographic survey, we mapped that onto the latest Environment Agency data, so the 2022 composite, as a way of just comparing and seeing what the flood extents were like to see if we had agreement.
So in terms of topographical data, what's been used here?
So here we've used the LiDAR data,
Yeah.
which is flown by the Environment Agency and prepared. Within the flood risk assessment, it uses topographic survey data for the site.
Yeah. Okay.
So is that data the data that's due to be included in the Kent model that's currently being reviewed, or is that something different?
So the LiDAR data is used within the North Kent Coast model. So the latest modelling is now using the latest LiDAR data, and now it's available, and that has been incorporated. So the latest modelling will show extents much closer to what I've shown in figure 5.6. They wouldn't necessarily be exactly the same because the modelling routes the water across the topography, whereas this is simply just applying a level to the topography and identifying those areas below that level. So broadly speaking, what this shows is that there is agreement in extents between myself and Mr. Whittingham in terms of what the latest flood extents would be taking account the latest topographic levels to the site.
Great. Is there anything more we need to cover on tidal flooding?
No, I think that's everything.
Let's talk about surface water flooding then. Show us your figure 5.3, please. Turn it up myself.
So that is PDF page 22 of my proof.
Yes, it is. And I think it's probably helpful to also have page 20 of the FRA open at the same time. Figures 5.4 and 5.5 of the FRA, straddling pages 15 and 16 internal, PDF pages 20 and 21.
And so could you remind me whereabouts in your proof, please, as well?
This is internal page 14.
PDF page 22.
Thank you.
Okay, so are you there? Are you happy? I'm grateful. Appellant considers surface water flood risk in the FRA, page 15, 16. What can we see in their... Well, let's start with your figure, actually. What can we see in your figure 5.3? What does this show?
So my figure 5.3 in my proof is a reproduction of Appendix E1 of the Strategic Flood Risk Assessment document. This is mapping what's known as the risk of flooding from surface water dataset, which is an Environment Agency national dataset prepared to show surface water flood risk. So this shows the 3.3%, so the 1 in 30 year, the 1%, the 1 in 100 year, and the 0.1%, 1 in 1,000 year surface water flood extents to the site.
Okay. And what are the extents?
So it shows ponding on the site. You've got
Where?
a couple of locations in the centre, one particular relatively sort of large area in the centre at risk of flooding, and then other small areas of ponding around the site.
Yeah. And then take us through the appellant's documents 5.4 and 5.5 and compare them to yours, please.
Yeah, so 5.4 shows a screenshot from the Environment Agency risk of flooding from surface water dataset. So that is essentially showing exactly the same data, and you've got the three categories: high, medium, and low risk identified there.
So what do you,
apologies. So this is in CD 2.14, so within the flood risk assessment, on PDF page 20.
Okay, I'm there.
So this is essentially showing exactly the same data set as a screen grab from online. Figure 5.5 shows this data set in terms of depths. So it's showing it for the medium risk, you can see down the bottom. And what you can see in the center of the site, the ponding largely below 30 centimeters of ponding, but with areas in 30 to 90 centimeters of ponding in the 1 in 100 year event.
Okay. You'll recall we covered in the Statement of Common Ground, the surface water flood risk is unchallenged, I think. Is that right?
Yes, my understanding is that although they've highlighted that it is based on old topography, that it's not been directly challenged.
Okay. So it's probably helpful for us to go to your figure 5.4 over the page. It's PDF page 24, I think. Internal page 16 in your proof. Can you tell us what this is?
So this figure is a reproduction of Appendix E2 of the SFRA, and shows the impact of climate change on the 30-year and 100-year surface water flood risk.
Okay, so how does it relate to the figure 5.3 that we've just
Essentially, this is using data that we produced for the SFRA. JBA produced the original national mapping, so we're able to rerun that with climate change uplifts for our SFRAs. So it uses exactly the same model that was used to prepare the present day mapping, but with uplifts to the rainfall that's applied. So you have a 40% uplift to the 1 in 30 year, 3.3%, and then a 45% uplift to the 100-year. And essentially this just shows that there is an increase in extents to both of those as a result of those uplifts.
Yep. Okay. And just tell us what you can see in respect of where the surface water flooding hits with the climate change adjustment.
Yeah, so I mean, it largely affects the same areas. So you still have a sort of a main area of flood risk from surface water in the centre of the site that's affecting the part of the development.
Great. Okay. And then I think we're nearly there on surface water. I want to go finally to your figure 5.7, internal page 20. I think it's probably PDF page 28, but I don't have that in front of me.
It is.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
What is this document, and why have you produced it? Or what is this plan, rather?
So what we did here is, I suppose, a high-level analysis just to compare the risk of flooding for surface water data against the latest LiDAR to see if there are still depressions on the site where that ponding occurs, to understand how that might change the flood risk, essentially. So particularly with reference to the central one, you can see that the hatching shows the 1%, so the 1 in 100 year surface water flood extent for the present day. And you can see the LiDAR underneath. The blues and yellows and greens are lower elevations, and the reds and oranges are the higher elevation. So you can see that area of ponding still remains in an area of lower elevation. So it's likely, if that mapping were to be rerun with updated topography, that you would still get ponding in that area because of that depression there.
Right. Can you just draw that out a little more, provide the inspector with a bit more detail on that point?
Yeah, so I mean, the surface water flood risk, essentially you're applying rainfall to the topography, so the water will drain down to the lower points. It will follow the topography. There's a certain amount of screening of the data, so what you're seeing there is only data where there is a hazard rating, which is a combination of the depth and velocity of greater than 0.575, which is, I won't get into the technical details of it, but essentially you have to understand it in that context, that there is, if you were to look at it without any screening, there would be water everywhere. So it screens out the very shallow depths of water to just show those deeper areas. So you're not seeing any significant flow paths on the site, but you are seeing where the water is ponding on the site. And looking at that, my judgment is that there is still a depression within the topography, and therefore it's likely that there would still be ponding in that area with the latest LiDAR. So while the surface water flood risk should be considered in the context that it was run on old LiDAR data. I don't, in my opinion, think that it would fundamentally change the mapping significantly for this location.
Okay. The other side have mentioned flow paths on a few occasions in respect of this issue. What is the relevance of that? And how does it affect your evaluation of surface water flood risk?
With regards to application of the sequential test, there's no relevance as to whether they are flow paths or ponding. It would be considered either way.
Okay. Just in terms of practicality as to what flooding will actually occur in terms of surface water, what impact is that going to have?
Sorry, I'm not sure I entirely follow your question.
Just thinking about what's going to happen in practice in terms of this surface water flooding. How does the presence or not of any, I think they're called flow paths, impact that?
So flow paths are important to consider in flood risk. Obstruction of flow paths can influence flood risk, and if you were to block a flow path of water, you can shift that water somewhere else. And they're also important to consider in terms of drainage and managing runoff from the site. If you have a flow path onto the site, you may have to manage runoff from elsewhere as well as just the runoff from the site. In the context of the sequential test, there's no relevance as to whether they're flow paths or ponding.
Okay, well, we can get into that in greater detail, Mr. Carpenter. I just want to ask a few final questions, last section now. I don't think we need to cover this because we've already discussed it, actually. Is there anything else you want to cover in terms of your analysis, or have I picked out the relevant bits for the inspector?
I think I've probably covered the relevant bits.
Happy? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. My learned friend will probably have some questions for you now. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm wondering whether it's appropriate to take a short break now and then come back with the cross-examination rather than going for 10 minutes or so, then breaking. Under the new rules, you are currently not allowed to talk to your team, even though you haven't quite entered cross-examination yet. So obviously they can bring you water and things, but you just can't talk about the case. So it's 10:48. Shall we come back at 11:05? Is that okay with everybody?
Very good, sir.
Okay, the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. And the inquiry is resumed. Firstly, just to say that the revised inquiry schedule, unfortunately, it was me that forgot to send it to my case officer. So it was all there, but then I didn't hit send. So I've done that now. So that should be with you at some point this afternoon. But as I said, it's nothing different to what we've discussed in the room anyway. Okay, so I'll now hand over to Mr. Hartwell and Mr. Williams. Firstly, I'm not sure if you'd like to sit this side of me or not. It's really up to the two of you. I don't mind either way.
Whichever Mr. Hartwell prefers. If he's happy where he is and set up, that's probably less trouble than to move.
I mean, I'm comfortable here, but I'm happy to sit closer to you if you would like me to.
Okay, please stay as you are then.
As we are, thank you. And Mr. Hartwell, in terms of documents, can I just identify those ones that it would be helpful for you to have?
Yes, by all means.
Most of them you have. It's the Flood Risk Statement of Common Ground, the NPPF, which is CD 6.2, the PPG on flooding, which is CD 6.3, the EA Guidance, CD 6.4, the SFRA you have, that's CD 6.1, and the Flood Risk Assessment you have, that's CD 2.14. Could you also have, and these you might not have immediately, Mr. Lane's appendices?
Any particular one, or?
It will be Appendix 8. But they're all...
Sorry, yes, I see. They're all in one document, yes. Got those open, yeah.
You don't need it now. I'm just going to get all the documents ready so that you have them. And the proposed draft conditions, please.
Can I just confirm that the date of those?
I think probably there was a version circulated this morning with the inspector's comments. That hasn't changed.
So I don't have a copy of those at the moment.
Okay, well perhaps someone can make those available to you. We're not going to come to them immediately. But if you could be either emailed those, or if not, we can hand up a hard copy when we get there.
No problem.
So I want to start just with some context questions on planning policy and the PPG. Obviously, I'm going to deal primarily with policy issues with Mr. Carpenter. So these are context rather than interpretation, if I can put it that way.
Understood.
First of all, framework, paragraph 165, please. The first sentence. The overriding objective of national policy on flood risk is firstly to avoid inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding. Can we agree that?
Yes.
And where it is necessary to place inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding, to ensure that it's safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Now, in terms of the PPG, at that same high contextual level, could you look at paragraph 3, please? This is all in chapter 7. And the question that's asked by paragraph 3 is, what are the main steps in assessing flood risk? Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
And then it says that the NPPF sets strict tests. When they're not met, new development shouldn't be allowed. And this is the bit I just wanted to start with. The main steps to be followed in addressing flood risk are set out below, starting with assessing and then avoiding. And it says that the steps are designed to ensure that if there are lower sites available or proposed development can't be made safe throughout its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere, it should not be permitted. You'll recognise that language because that's similar to 165 of the framework.
Yes, agreed, yeah.
And what it's saying then is that in order to be consistent with national policy, we should first assess and then avoid.
Agreed, yes.
And we'll come back to the next paragraph, which gives some details on how you avoid later. But that was just to set the tone, because I want to then turn to my questions that relate to the assessment of flood risk at that, in this case, on this site. So that's the first topic. If we can then look at your main proof of evidence, please. Page 9, and I'm using hard copy, so if I ever give you a wrong page reference, please do say.
PDF page 17, apologies, our documents have very strange numbering formats to them.
And it's paragraph 5.2. Just to confirm that in terms of flood zones, we're concerned in this case with tidal flooding.
That is correct, yes.
And there's no assertion of a material fluvial risk that would warrant a sequential test independent of the tidal risk issues.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You then, at the bottom of paragraph 5.2, refer to the 2019 base for the SFRA. And against that background, I'd like just to take up again the statement of common ground on flood risk, please. And paragraph 1.3, the second bullet point, it's agreed, isn't it, that the mapping in the SFRA for this site is not accurate due to changes on on-site ground levels?
Yes, I would agree that there are circumstances here where amended ground levels mean that further analysis would be required.
So you would not suggest that the flood risk on this site should be based on the SFRA, but rather a site-specific FRA?
I think it's reasonable to use the data within the flood risk assessment, yes.
If we then turn, please, to your proof at 5.6, section 5.6, hard copy page 17.
PDF copy page 25. Sorry, it was 5.6, wasn't it? Yes.
Paragraph
Yep.
5.6.
Yeah, page
And
25.
This is the section where you recognise, in line with the statement of common ground, the degree of inaccuracy is between the SFRA mapping and what's presently on site, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And we see that on figure 5.5 on the next page, which shows the levels in places to be more than 50 centimetres out, as between the two bases.
That is correct, yes.
And we see that particularly in relation to the northern and western parts of the red line area.
Yes, agreed.
If we then come back to the flood risk statement of common ground, please. Paragraph 2.2. That is why it's agreed that analysis of flood risk using the latest on-site ground levels would be appropriate to assess the extents of potential tidal flood risk in this case.
Correct, yes.
And the wording of 2.2 is deliberate because what it's referring to there is the design event that the PPG requires to be applied in relation to tidal flooding?
In relation to a flood risk assessment, yes.
And the only assessment that we have in relation to tidal flooding that does that, i.e. assesses the extent of potential future tidal flood risk in the 1 in 200 year event against the extant site ground levels, is the FRA.
Sorry, can you just repeat that, please?
Yes. 2.2 says it's reasonable to use the latest on-site ground levels to assess the extents, and the only document we have that does that is the FRA.
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
You don't, for example, present any alternative flood risk assessment based on the up-to-date site levels in relation to tidal or indeed surface water flooding.
Sorry, do you mean within my proof or within the SFRA?
Well, within your proof,
Yes.
because we know that the SFRA is based on
Yes.
the inaccurate site level.
No, so I did the analysis myself using LiDAR data rather than topographic survey and came up with extents that are broadly similar to what Mr. Whittingham produced within the flood risk assessment. So I agree with those extents.
Thank you. And you don't raise any other criticisms of the site-specific FRA in this case, do you, that I've read in your evidence?
No, not directly. No.
And it's been accepted by the EA?
I understand that it has, yes.
Thank you very much. Sorry, would you
Sorry, I was just going to say on your previous question that I don't raise any criticism in relation to the flood extents and the application of the flood risk assessment.
Okay, there's a but in there, I think. You may as well.
Well, only in terms of some of the wording in relation to the application of the sequential test would I suppose be where I challenged it and do challenge it within my proof.
No, that's fair comment. But other than that, it can be taken as the most accurate assessment, setting out flood risk from tidal sources for the appeal site before the inquiry.
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
Thank you. Just back to the statement of common ground, paragraph 1.8. The reason that's included is because it makes clear that the return period is agreed.
That is correct, yes.
And you made certain comments in your evidence in chief in relation to climate change allowance, and you said it was a matter of judgment. It's reasonable to be led by the Environment Agency in relation to what climate change allowance should be made in a flood risk assessment, isn't it?
I believe that it is in relation to the flood risk assessment, yes.
And certainly you don't present any analysis in relation to the site specifics based on the up-to-date site data that uses any other climate change allowance.
No, I have not used any other allowance or any other analysis within my proof.
And what this means that in practice there is agreement that the flood level of 5.83 metres AOD is the appropriate flood level for assessment in relation to this site.
Correct, yes. In relation to the flood risk assessment.
You say in relation to the flood risk assessment, but we have agreed already that the flood risk assessment is the only accurate assessment of flood extents on this site before the inquiry, isn't it, from tidal flooding?
Yes, it is, yes.
And can you then take up, please, Mr. Lane's Appendix 8. Misplaced there, sorry. And what this shows is that flood extent that we've agreed is the appropriate flood extent mapped onto the topographical survey data, so reflecting the up-to-date site levels. So you don't take any issue with the accuracy of what's shown on that appendix, do you?
The extents are broadly similar to that which is shown within the with Appendix H of the flood risk assessment. There are some minor differences. I'm not quite sure how the two were prepared in terms of their production, but they show broadly the same flood extents. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And so, on that basis, having regard to the relevant design year and the guidance in the PPG and the NPPF, the white land shown on that plan would not be considered at risk of tidal flooding for the purposes of PPG and the NPPF, would it?
Not in this case, no. With respect to the flood risk assessment, I should say.
What precisely do you mean by saying that?
So the wording in the PPG, if I can bring up the specific wording for you, in relation to application of the sequential test, talks about starting with low risk areas. So apologies, I'll just have to take me a minute to find the relevant paragraph. Apologies.
You have them in section 4 of your proof, if that's where you
Yeah,
are going.
thank you. So apologies for this. Sorry, I'm struggling to find the specific reference.
That's okay. It might be that Mr. Williams will have further questions that will follow on from this point anyway.
Well, I can, because I take the same point that you do, sir, that Mr. Hartwell seems to be making a qualification for a reason. But
I think So without the specific reference, what I would say is that the guidance talks about looking at low risk areas for the sequential test. So the flood extents that you consider in the sequential test are not necessarily the same as what is known as the design flood event that you would consider within a flood risk assessment. In this instance, it's not material because the site is at risk of flooding in the design flood event, so the 1 in 200 year plus climate change event. But the distinction between the data used in the sequential test and the data used in the flood risk assessment should be made, that it shouldn't you shouldn't, just because you consider the design flood event, which is the 0.5% AEP plus climate change event within the flood risk assessment, doesn't mean that you don't consider something different within the sequential test.
So what else is it that you're asking the inspector to consider?
I think in terms of this, all I'm saying is that by considering the 1 in 200 year tidal event plus climate change, it is potentially a conservative approach, and that it show conservative in terms of a lesser flood risk. So what should be considered now? So this comes back to the fact that the SFRA was produced before the changes. That you now need to consider the flood risk now and in the future. But I
thought we'd move beyond the SFRA to the FRA. Or am I getting confused?
Yes, but I think this might, the problem here is that the SFRA is slightly out of date in terms of what it considers, but it's also out of date in terms of the topography. What I'm saying is the latest guidance would say that you needed to consider the low risk with climate change. So the low risk here is the 1 in 1,000 year with climate change. What's being considered here is the 1 in 200 year with climate change. The levels between the 1 in 1,000 year and the 1 in 200 year are minor difference compared to the climate change uplift. So I think that this is a reasonable thing to consider here and shows the site to still be at risk of flooding.
So I think, if I can try and put myself slightly in the inspector's shoes, what the inspector wants to know is, what else are you saying he should consider that you've presented to him?
There is nothing else to consider in terms of flood mapping for this. So
we've agreed the SFRA is inaccurate, both slightly out of date in what it considers, but also it's got the wrong levels. FRA, we've agreed, is accurate. You're not asking the inspector to consider anything else.
I'm not asking the inspector to consider anything else in terms of the flood extents, no.
I'm just trying to be fair.
I am just raising awareness that this is a conservative, less extensive event than could be considered in practice.
But it's reasonable to assess the extents that have been mapped in the FRA.
It is reasonable to use those in this case,
of
yes.
The sequential test.
In this case, yes.
That's fine.
Sorry.
It's not meant to be a criticism in any way, Mr. Hartwell. We just need to know, or I need to know what I need to ask you questions about.
That's no problem.
The only point. Okay, thank you. So those questions related to tidal flooding. And I now want to turn to some questions about surface water flooding, still under the umbrella of assessment, that first stage of the approach. Now, the same point that's made in relation to paragraph 1.3 of the Statement of Common Ground, that the mapping is not accurate, also has relevance in relation to surface water.
It does, yes.
And that's explained in more detail within paragraph 2.4 of the Statement of Common Ground. you just remind
That
yourself?
is, yes, that is correct, that it does refer to that in more detail. The topography used within the risk of flooding for surface water mapping is from 2012, and the restoration of the site, I believe, was in 2016, as is stated there.
Thank you. And putting those points together, we need to recognise that the mapping is out of date in relation to the site levels, and so where the water will fall.
That is correct, yes.
And so similar question, just in terms of surface water flooding, what mapping do you consider to be most accurate in relation to surface water flooding in light of paragraph 2.4 of the Statement of Common Ground?
In light of that paragraph and considering what's presented in the flood risk assessment, my opinion is, and also what's presented in my proof, is that in the absence of any other evidence, the risk of flooding for surface water mapping is the best mapping that there is. The topographical changes don't appear to directly affect the and I'm assuming that the flood risk assessment came to that same conclusion, given that it didn't present any alternative surface water mapping.
And in terms of depths, flows, for example, would need to be treated with caution.
Sorry, how do you mean in relation to that?
In relation to the surface water, if the levels aren't accurate, you in the SFRA, you would need to treat what it shows with caution.
Well, I think I've just said that they're the most accurate information there. No alternative flood risk data has been presented, and my analysis against topographic surveys shows that there's unlikely to be significant difference. There's still an area of pooling there.
And if we then turn, you're referring there to your figure 5.7 on page 20, aren't you?
Yes, that is correct, yes.
And this shows the surface water, as noted in the Statement of Common Ground, to be a question of ponding rather than flows across or into or out of the site?
Yes, the risk from surface water flooding here is from ponding, agreed.
And that's the result of the specific local topography within the site in relation to the area, the central area that you draw attention to?
Well, the ponding, that's where the ponding occurs because of that local topography, yes. It doesn't necessarily mean that the water has only come from on site, but there are no significant flow paths.
Thank you. And that's also agreed in paragraph 2.4 of the Statement of Common Ground?
That is correct, yes.
And any local depressions and ponding in that location is a result of the reprofiling of the site following the land restoration, isn't it?
No.
No?
I don't. If I understand your question, I don't think so, because the assessment that I have done has shown, well, for a start, the ponding is prior to the land reprofiling, but I also don't think that there's a significant difference in that area between the present day and the older topography.
But you accept that that part of the site has been reprofiled as a result of the extraction and restoration works?
Not the area of ponding directly, no. That falls within an area of very little change.
And that's you're basing that on your figure 5.7?
I'm basing it on a combination of figure 5.5 and 5.7, I suppose. It's perhaps not helpful to have not overlaid the surface water mapping with figure 5.5 as well, but it sits in the area in figure 5.5 to the south of the sort of large red triangles, there's a possibility that the flow path could be obstructed here, but it's not. It's unlikely, given that there's no significant flow being shown, and the ponding is less than the topographic depression.
I understand. What you're referring to then is the difference between as it was at the date of the previous LiDAR information and the current topographical.
That's correct, yeah. So the area of ponding that's shown, so in figure 5.7, by comparing the latest LiDAR with the surface water flood risk that was mapped using the old LiDAR, we can see that there's still a topographic depression there, and therefore there would likely to still be ponding in that area.
Understood. It's my fault. My question was a more general one. It wasn't relating to the specific comparison.
Apologies.
It was that in the past, that land and its levels has been the subject of extraction and restoration, which gives rise to the levels that are presently found on site.
Yes, the restoration, yes, I would agree with that, yes.
They are, to that extent, man-made levels across the site.
Across the northern part of the site, certainly where there's been that restoration. I couldn't comment on the southern part of the site where there's not been any change.
Thank you. And then most of the evidence so far has focused on the future position with climate change for obvious reasons. But if we look at Mr. Whittingham's proof at figure 3.2, please. If you look at the current EA flood zone mapping, we can see where that lies in relation to the proposed developable area, and it's all outside of it.
Yes, it is.
And so what we're really concerned about here is the flood extents across the site moving into the future and making allowance for climate change.
In terms of the tidal flood risk, yes.
Thank you very much. They were the questions I had on assessment, please. And I then want to turn to some questions on avoidance, please. The second step, as we saw in the PPG. And can you take out, first of all, please, your rebuttal proof of evidence? Hard copy, page 7, please.
Yes.
The third paragraph on that page, which begins, while it is accepted. It might be the fourth paragraph. Do you have that, though, while it is accepted?
Yes, I do, yes.
And what you're agreeing there, because this is a response to Mr. Whittingham, what you're agreeing is that it's appropriate to apply the sequential approach before applying the sequential test.
Yes, I agree that placing development away from the areas of the main areas of flood risk is appropriate, and that is set out by the Environment Agency, where they say that sorry, let me try and find the right bit. Sorry, I don't think it's written in that document, but if we go to the flood risk assessment guidance for flood zones, which is core document 6.4, On page 3, the bottom of the section titled "When Development is Exempt from the Sequential Test," it says you may not need a sequential test if development can be laid out so that only elements such as public open space, biodiversity and amenity areas are in areas at risk of any source of current or future flooding. So yeah, I take that to be an approval that you can apply a sequential approach to development first.
Thank you. I'm going to come back to that document. I just wanted, first of all, to relate it back to the questions I asked at the outset about the NPPF, if you remember, and 165. I think that what you're saying there as well is, in terms of national policy, saying that if inappropriate development can be avoided in areas at risk of flooding, then the sequential test will not be required. Another way of saying the same
Yes.
thing, but in the language of national policy.
Yes, I agree.
We will then look at the PPG and the EA guidance, but perhaps just to cut through it, do you agree that those documents are all consistent with one another and with national guidance?
Yes, I think there's been some uncertainty in national guidance around whether or not you can apply a sequential approach before applying the sequential test. But I think that through the Environment Agency standing advice there that was updated to include that text in August, that has cleared that uncertainty up.
Thank you. If we start with the PPG then, please. We looked earlier at paragraph 3, where we identified the first two steps as being assess and then avoid, as in the context of avoiding inappropriate development in areas at risk of flooding. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I want then to turn to the next paragraph, please, paragraph 4, where there's the heading about what process is used in plan or decision making, where flood risk is a consideration. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
And the first step, consistent with the previous paragraph, is then avoid. And consistent with, I think, what you've just said, if you look at the 5th bullet point, under the heading of avoidance, this refers to using layout to locate the most vulnerable aspects of developments in areas of lowest flood risk. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
And so that's consistent with what you've described, that the sequential approach that one considers prior to the sequential test is whether or not you can avoid, and that includes questions of layout, we can agree that, within the site, and it also makes clear that that can be done vertically. Do you see that?
Yes, I can see that, yeah.
And the strategy here is based upon the vulnerability of the elements of the development in question, because it refers in each case, doesn't it, to the vulnerability of the relevant use.
Yes, it does.
And then we'll come back to some of the later stages which you comment upon, such as control, mitigate and manage. but for present purposes, that's helpful, thank you. If we then look at the EA standing guidance again, you took us to page 3, but just if we get our bearings, this guidance is first of all specifically assessing whether or not a sequential test is needed, isn't it?
Yes, so the paragraph before that is when a sequential test is needed.
So could you remind me of the CD number?
Sorry, it's 6.4.
I'm there.
So we're on the second page, check if your development needs to satisfy the sequential and exception test. There's then a reminder of what it is, and then there's a heading, when the sequential test is needed. And again, the first paragraph here refers to an approach of avoidance of flood risk by reference to vulnerability, doesn't it?
It references it in terms of other vulnerable elements, yes.
But the point it's making is that when you come to consider whether the sequential test is met, you need first of all to consider the individual components of the development.
Yes, I would agree with that.
So that, for example, it says if buildings are in an area at risk, then you'll need a sequential test. And then in the next heading, it says, for example, if open space is in the area of flood risk, then you won't.
Yes.
Now, that's an approach that's based on assessing each component, we can agree, and it's done by reference to the vulnerability of that component.
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
And the NPPF in the annex gives classifications for vulnerability of development, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So just then, I think we can agree, as a point of approach, looking at the MPPF, PPG and EA guidance as we have, that it's the theme of the sequential approach, firstly, to consider the appropriateness of development by component. We can agree?
Yes, to consider that vulnerability of development and where it's located, yes.
And as you say, the appropriateness of a given component turns on vulnerability. And avoidance within the PPG and the EA guidance includes layout. So placing the particular component in a particular location within the site.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. So turn to some, so they're general questions, assessment and assessment in this case, avoidance, approach. Now I just want to look at some site specifics on that topic of avoidance in this case. Now in your proof, in your figures, you variously overlay a site layout over your flood risk maps. And the layout that you overlay, I think, is taken from the design and access statement. It's not actually the development framework plan, which is CD 2.17. But you understand, I take it from the wording of your proof, that the development framework and the layout shown in the design and access statement is only illustrative.
Yes, I understand that, yes.
And as a result, the layout will have to be approved subsequently through reserved matters and in line with any conditions that the inspector imposes. if permission
Yes.
is granted, obviously. It's also agreed in the Statement of Common Ground at paragraph 4.1, if you just would look at that, please,
Yep, I can see that.
that in this case, in this specific case, the levels on the site are going to have to change and be agreed pursuant to a remediation scheme should any development take place.
That is my understanding, yes.
It's also agreed at 4.2 that ground raising is required in order to connect to Ham Road given its existing height.
Again, that is my understanding, yes.
And so when we look at your proof and the commentary in your proof, so if I take as an example, and this isn't meant to be a criticism but just to illustrate a point, in 5.4, for example, you refer to an impact in the penultimate line on approximately 6 properties. What you've done in order to come up with that assessment is to overlay the illustrative layout on the existing site levels prior to any scheme of remediation.
Yes, and I would accept that the illustrative layout, perhaps putting in there the number of properties is not particularly helpful. In the development framework plan, it would show it as developable area rather than an individual property.
Okay, thank you. And so, again, in an exercise of understanding, on page 17, paragraph 5.6, the third paragraph on that page, you refer to the FRA, which we've looked at, and you then conclude that paragraph, do you see, with the obvious consequence that even on the updated data there's a need to apply the sequential test given the extent of flooding on the site. Is that a product of the same approach? Is that a product of basing from the illustrative layout what's going where?
It is based on the illustrative layout, but in terms of application of the sequential test, you have to base it on something. And that's got to be based on the illustrative layout for the planning permission.
I mean, it may be that this is a point where there's a transition from you to Mr. Carpenter, so say if it is. But if we go back to Mr. Lane's Appendix 8, for example, and you remember I asked you about the area shown white on this being land that for purposes of the FRA is land that's not at risk of flooding. Do you recall?
Yes.
In line with your earlier answers as well in relation to the FRA being the appropriate basis for consideration of the sequential test, and that you're not putting forward anything else. If buildings were placed only on the white land, that would be consistent with the sequential approach, wouldn't it?
It would, yes. But the sequential test needs to consider more than just buildings.
That's fine. That's how buildings. Okay. And that, in relation to buildings, would also comply with the EA guidance.
Sorry, which EA guidance
The
are you
EA
referring
guidance
to?
in that buildings would not be being placed in an area at risk of flooding.
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
Balancing pond, Suds pond, that would not be considered a component of the development that was vulnerable to flooding, would it?
Could be extremely vulnerable to flooding if you don't design it correctly. Attenuation basins need to be designed to manage a design flood going through them, and if they're not designed so that they are safe from, in this instance, the tidal flooding, then they would be extremely vulnerable to flooding.
But that's a matter, as you've said, that's capable of design, and that's something that's capable of being addressed through reserved matters, isn't it?
Yes, through ground raising to raise it up above the flood level.
And once it's properly designed, and no doubt taking into account the gravity requirements, points such as that, it would not be vulnerable to flooding.
Yes, provided it's properly designed, yes.
Thank you.
Where would that fall in the Annex 3 of the framework flood risk vulnerability classification?
It's my opinion that that it's not inappropriate to call it water compatible development, but yeah, I think it's reasonable to class it as water compatible.
Thank you.
The access component, please. I don't think I need to remind you of it, but we just looked at paragraph 4.2 of the Statement of Common Ground that refers to the necessity for land raising in any event to get to Ham Road. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do, yes.
And that, the gradient, is a product of highway safety, in that it has to be 1 in 20. That's the stipulation of safe engineering for highways.
I'm afraid that's beyond my area of expertise, so I'll have to take your word for it on that.
Don't take my word, but that's why the Statement of Common Ground at 4.1 refers to the particular, 4.2 refers to the gradient. You can't have something that's too steep, basically. That's the reason. But I just wanted to look at the access point, please, in the flood risk assessment, which we have as CD 2.14, and which we've looked at before. It's Annex or Appendix H. Appendix H2, please.
Yes, I can see that.
And these images show the same thing, just sort of blown up, I think. But can you see the access itself in relation to the 5.83 metre flood extent? The access itself from Ham Road is outside of that.
Yeah, where the road joins onto
Sort of
Ham
bell
Road
mouth.
is outside or above the 5.83 datum.
Thank you. And then just coming back, please, to the EA guidance. You accept and volunteer, obviously, as you did earlier, that areas that are to be laid out as open space, biodiversity and amenity areas wouldn't trigger the sequential test.
Yes, I do, yes.
Thank you. So that was just to pick up your rebuttal. Again, please. Sorry, I have too many. It's the disadvantage of not being electronic. If I can just come back to your rebuttal. We were looking there at the third paragraph on page 7. And in the second paragraph on that page, you take issue with Mr. Whittingham's approach, which you suggest is advancing mitigation rather than avoidance, if I can put it in that way. It's moving beyond the necessary step of avoidance and into mitigation rather than avoidance. Is that a fair way of putting your concern?
Yeah.
And that goes back to PPG paragraph 4 that we were looking at earlier, that sets out those various steps of avoid, assess, avoid, control, mitigate.
That is correct, yes.
Just to take up, please, Mr. Whittingham's proof. In your rebuttal, you refer to the mitigation measures, and you refer to paragraphs 212, 213, 214, and I'm not going to go through all of those. Mr. Whittingham can speak to them, but it's fair to note, isn't it, that before coming at 2.12 to any question of control and then mitigate, Mr. Whittingham does at 2.11 address avoid.
Yes, I would agree that avoid has been considered in there.
On the basis that the more vulnerable uses are sequentially placed outside of the flood extents that have been mapped.
Yes. I mean, yes, I would agree that consideration has been given to avoid there, yes. But I think the main point on there is that not everything has been avoided, so there's still a requirement to apply the sequential test because not all of the development has avoided the areas of flood risk.
And when you say that, just give you the opportunity to be more clear, based upon our agreement as to the flood extents, are you saying that based upon the illustrative layout? Which vulnerable components are you basing that comment on?
I'm basing that comment on development and also the safe access and egress and the attenuation basin. All components are vulnerable. Some may be less vulnerable than others, but they are still vulnerable. And that is covered in the Statement of Common Ground as well, where in a number of places it acknowledges that those components are at risk of flooding.
I'm slightly confused about the attenuation basin, because you said it was water compatible development, I think.
It's classed as water compatible,
Okay.
but that is within Annex 3 of the planning practice guidance, it's the NPPF, sorry, that classes the vulnerability of different developments, development types.
So why is that particular element considered vulnerable in your opinion?
Well, I mean, I said earlier on that, without mitigation and raising, it would be vulnerable to flood risk. I suppose what I'm trying to say here is that even water-compatible development can be vulnerable to flooding if it's not appropriately designed. So to say that development is not vulnerable would not be correct. It's just that there are different levels of vulnerability.
I just want to be clear though, in terms of the vulnerable elements, having regard to, for example, the proposed conditions, what vulnerable elements of this development do you say are necessarily in the flood extent as mapped?
Well, based on the indicative layout that's included, there are parts of the building development, the access road, and the attenuation basin. And that is agreed. That's set out in the statement of common ground.
So they're the three points that you're asking the inspector to consider in terms of the component approach that we've agreed. Built development, buildings, access road, and the attenuation pond.
That is correct, yes.
And on the point of mitigation, where you have a component that is appropriately located in an area of open space, it may still be appropriate to take steps to mitigate any residual or manage any residual risk, may it not?
Yes, it would still need to be mitigated.
You don't stop at a void. If you have successfully located non-vulnerable elements in areas that are not at risk of flooding.
Yes, if you pass the sequential test, you would then need to mitigate.
So, for example, in relation to an area of open space, if it wouldn't be unreasonable to propose mitigation steps if they were required by the EA, notwithstanding that it had avoided the area at risk of flooding in terms of the sequential test.
No.
Thank you. The balancing pond we've discussed. Water compatible, but requires design measures to make safe. In relation to the balancing pond, if I can come back to paragraph 4.3 of the statement of common ground.
Yes.
It's a requirement of the past contamination of the site, quite independent from flooding, that the suds pond has to be lined, raised and bunded, isn't it?
This is my understanding. I don't know what level that would have to be to, but certainly the 6.13 is the level it would need to be to in relation to flooding.
Sorry, did you say this is my understanding?
I said yes, it is.
Yeah,
it is
yeah,
my
sorry.
understanding
Right.
that it would need to be raised regardless of the flood risk, but I don't know what level it would need to be raised to as a result if it was not at risk of flooding. I don't have the details of what it would need to be raised to, not taking account of flooding.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And Mr. Whittingham's proof, please, at 2.11. I think we may have covered this point already, but in 2.11 at the bottom of page 8, Mr. Whittingham says that as remediation works are required for the site, the land will be regraded in any event. I mean, that's your understanding as well, isn't it? That the remediation will lead to regrading of the site in any event?
If the site were to be given permission to go ahead, then yes.
Thank you. I can deal with the consequence of that with Mr. Carpenter. Thank you. Thank you. I just want to come back, please, in the context of surface water to the SFRA, please. And in paragraph 1.3 of the Statement of Common Ground, it's agreed that the main report, this is the first bullet, the main report of the SFRA is consistent with the up-to-date requirements of the NPPF and the PPG. Do you see that?
Yes.
I thought in your evidence in chief that you were saying something contrary to that. But you're not, are you?
I think what was trying to be said there in the Statement of Common Ground is that the vast majority of it is up to date with it. I think it's evident in the SFRA that there are components that aren't up to date. So, for example, I think it is figure figure 4.2 within the SFRA, so that's CD 6.1. PDF page 39, page 21 in the document.
Thank you.
You can see that's the process flow for applying the sequential test in preparation of the local plan. And that figure clearly says relates the sequential test to the flood zones and the flood zones only, whereas if you look at the planning practice guidance paragraph diagram 2, which is on page 20, PDF page 24 of the planning practice guidance, which is CD 6.3. It's within paragraph 25 of the planning practice guidance.
I think using the confusing paragraph numbering, I think it's the start of 26 actually.
Oh, sorry. I was. Sorry. It's within paragraph 26, not paragraph 25. I misread it. So it's diagram 2, which is at the top of PDF page 24 of CD 6.3. This is essentially the same diagram, but from the latest version of the planning practice guidance. And you can see that the wording has been replaced to say areas. For example, in the top box, areas of low flood risk, both now and in the future, where the SFRA previously said flood zone 1.
Thank you. That's fine. I don't think that affects the question I wanted to ask you, which was specifically in the context of the sequential risk-based approach within 4.1. Section 4.1 sets out in general terms the sequential risk-based approach. It refers to flood zones. In relation to surface water functional flood zones, now we're not in that scenario in this case, are we? This is 4.1.2.
No, the surface water functional flood zones were created for a very specific need in Swale, to deal with ephemeral watercourses. So those are dry rivers that aren't picked up within the flood zone data. So that's the purpose for those.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think they are all the questions that I needed to ask you in relation to those questions of avoidance, please. Which I've got other questions for Mr. Carpenter, but I do just have some other short flood points to clear up with you, please. First of all, if you look at Mr. Whittingham's proof, please. At 3.50. First sentence, as the flood risk is from tidal sources, no flood compensation is required. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do largely agree with that. It's floodplain compensation as a requirement needs to be undertaken where you might impact on flood risk elsewhere. I didn't include it in my proof, but I did an analysis of the amount of area that would be being raised above the floodplain and compared it to the flood cell. A flood cell being an area of flooding essentially, so in that area, and it came out as something like 0.001%. So typically with tidal flooding, it's reasonable not to include compensation because of the volumes of water being impacted.
Thank you. And so it's no part of your case that the development, if built, would increase flood risk elsewhere?
No, I'm again inclined to agree with the flood risk assessment that it wouldn't impact on flood risk elsewhere.
And in the statement of common ground at 5.2 in the area of disagreement, it says, this is the point about the Goldings development at Harvey Drive, and Mr. Whittingham has made the point, which is at his proof 3.46. If you would just look at that, please, page 27. That it's the access for the proposed scheme would provide a betterment in relation to the protection of the Goldings development. 5.2 of the Statement of Common Ground says the council doesn't think that's relevant, but do you agree it's correct?
If it were to be done, then yes, I agree that it would reduce what appears to be the flood risk there. But as we put in the area of disagreement, that is part of the exception test. making the site safe from flood risk and not impacting flood risk elsewhere, and where possible, reducing the flood risk elsewhere.
Thank you. And it's no part of your case, you don't raise any criticism on the basis that the development would not be safe for its lifetime or fails to comply with the requirements of any other paragraph of the MPPF other than in relation to the sequential test?
That is correct. So if the mitigation measures were put in place, then it would be safe for its lifetime, based on the mapping.
Thank you. And I did just have one question I've remembered, sorry, that I've overlooked. We did talk about surface water flooding, and sorry to come back to this out of order. And we looked at, in your proof of evidence, figure 5.7. And I just wanted to come back to the depths of the water. You explained that the area of your particular concern in relation to the developable area was the area in the centre of the site. We discussed that the levels have been subject to change historically and recently. The present depths in that area, as shown in the SFRA, are depths of largely up to 30 centimetres, is that right?
Yes, I would agree with that, yes.
Just give me a moment, sorry. You have, Mr. Hartwell, referred to and introduced in your rebuttal a number of appeal decisions, but I'm going to deal with those insofar as I have to with Mr. Carpenter.
Understood.
So thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I was going to check my notes to make sure everything I wanted covered has been covered. Okay, yes, it has. Mr. Cook, I know that this witness is sort of your side, but I didn't know whether you wanted to ask questions or not.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Mr. Hartwell. Sorry, can I just clarify? Were you saying that you didn't anticipate displacement flooding occurring?
If the mitigation measures were put in place, then it would displace flood water, but because it's a tidal flood event, it's, I mean, the pun that's usually used is it's a drop in the ocean. It's a very, very small volume of displacement in a very large amount of water. And the reason for floodplain compensation is to prevent the increase of flood risk elsewhere, or avoid the impact of land raising within a floodplain changing the flow paths to the detriment of flood risk elsewhere. Typically, tidal flooding, it's reasonable to assume that you don't need to provide floodplain compensation in the same way that you need to apply it for fluvial flooding.
So, excuse me, in your opinion, there's not likely to be any impact on the Faversham Creek Basin?
It's extremely unlikely that the ground raising would impact on flood levels, on tidal flood levels.
Okay, thank you. Um, a marsh, as I'm sure we all know, is an area of waterlogged land, usually overgrown by grass, and it's frequently drained with slow-moving water because it goes through ditches. And marshland is what adjoins the site and what the appellants are looking to drain into. Will the in your opinion is the discharge of water from the site into stormwater from the site, which would be coming at the rate of 146 cubic metres a day, would that be likely to have an impact on the immediate area of the marshes that would be taking it, in terms of causing or exacerbating any fluvial flooding?
I'm afraid I don't think I can really comment on that, mostly because, firstly, I've not really assessed the drainage strategy within my work, because that has been agreed with Kent County Council, and they didn't have any objections to it. So I've not really focused my assessment on that. I also don't know what the flood risk is, the fluvial flood risk is to that area. Discharging, what I can comment on is how drainage changes the runoff from a site. So when you put an impermeable surface on the site, you're going to increase the volume of water that runs off, but you provide what's known as long-term storage or an attenuation basin to store that water and discharge it over a longer period of time. So rather than a small volume running off over a short period, you end up with a larger volume running off or being discharged via a piped network over a longer period. The discharge from the attenuation basin will be controlled by policy that Kent County Council have in place. Will set what that control rate should be, and it's typically a greenfield, what's known as a greenfield runoff rate, and usually set to a certain return period. And I'm afraid I don't know the details for this site of what that is. But overall, the aim of a drainage strategy is to not change the runoff overall.
No, except that in this case, there is no common boundary between the appeal site and the adjoining marshland. And where currently the water is being discharged over a couple of kilometre long boundary, and absorbed on site as well. It's all going to be discharged at one point, and in fact the drainage strategy, and Mr Whittingham will be referring to it, as a discharge of 1.7 litres a second, which is where I get my figure of 147 cubic metres a day from. And in the time of the 1 in a 100 year event for which the drainage system would be designed to, we're told in Mr Whittingham's statement, it would take 21 days of 146 cubic metres a day to discharge that water, assuming that there was no more rainfall during that 21-day period. If there was, obviously that would extend. So given that the land is already waterlogged there, that's why I'm questioning whether or not there would be greater likelihood of flooding resulting from that discharge, where currently there is no discharge, because obviously it's a material increase over what is occurring at present.
It is possible, yes, but I don't think I can comment more specifically on that without assessing it.
Yes, an assessment, in your opinion, would be appropriate to be able to design that.
Perhaps, yes.
Thank you. I think I will rest there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Yes, any re-examination?
A few very short questions, if I may, sir. Mr. Hartwell, you were asked some questions about paragraph 165 of the framework. If you could just have that in front of you.
Yes, I've got that.
You were asked the overriding objective is to avoid inappropriate development and risk of flooding. You said yes. Can you tell us how that's to be done? Looking at paragraph 165 of the framework.
Yes. So yes, the overriding objective is to avoid flooding or place development away from areas at risk of flooding. That can be done using a sequential approach to some extent, but where you can't avoid that, then a sequential test is undertaken, and the sequential test is an important part of avoiding and placing development in areas away from flooding risk.
Yeah, the question I'm asking you is, if you look at the paragraph, it tells you how to avoid inappropriate development and risks of flooding. How does the paragraph tell you that should be done?
So it says directing development away from areas at highest risk, whether existing or future.
Yeah. And then if we look at the next paragraph, when is it that this paragraph tells us that we make development safe for its lifetime in a flooding area?
Sorry, in paragraph 166.
No, paragraph 165, it says...
Oh,
If
sorry.
you just read the second sentence, it says...
Where development is necessary in such areas, the development should be made safe for its lifetime without increasing flood risk elsewhere.
Okay, and what's the relevance, if any, of that first clause of the second paragraph there?
Well, it's saying where it's necessary, so only where it needs to be placed within it, which would be referring back to the sequential test to essentially identify if there are alternative available sites.
And we talked about a change in topography in respect of flood risk at the sites. I just have your overall conclusion. Does that the change in topography, does it materially alter the conclusions that you've come to about whether the site's at risk of either tidal or surface water flooding?
No, it doesn't, no.
Okay. The on-the-ground levels, on-site ground levels that are referred to in the FRA, I just want to be clear about this. Are they the on-site ground levels that are presently prevalent at the site? Is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding, yes.
And it's suggested, I think, now that the layout of the site is going to change from the illustrative layout, or it might do. Can you tell us what's been agreed at paragraph 2.5 of the Statement of Common Ground?
Yes, so paragraph 2.5 says that the parties agree that if it were possible to construct directly on the existing ground levels without changing them, and in the absence of a drainage strategy approved by the council and statutory consultees, areas of the site proposed for housing, main access road and drainage and attenuation pond would be at risk in all modelled surface water events.
Thanks.
And that also applies to tidal as well.
Okay. And we've heard about illustrative layout being illustrative. We all know that. Is the access going to change?
I mean, my understanding is not, and the sequential test has to be applied at the planning stage, so you have to consider the illustrative layout when you're considering the sequential test.
Okay. Thank you very much. Those are the questions I have.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartwell.
Thank you.
Okay, well, it seems like an appropriate time to break for lunch before we hear from the next witness. Does anybody have anything they need to raise before we break?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay, so it's 25 to 1. Should we return at 1:30? Okay, thank you. The inquiry is adjourned. It's 1:30 and the inquiry is resumed. So up next we have Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, as you've probably just heard, there's a section at the beginning, the evidence in chief, but obviously you're representing yourself here. In the past, I've had that dealt with a couple of different ways. Sometimes the witness yourself would just read out elements of their proof. Sometimes they simply just jump straight into cross-examination. Really, I'm mostly in your hands here as to how you want to proceed. Essentially, what would make you most comfortable?
Yes. Yeah, my concern obviously is that I wrote my proof as a general sort of statement rather than...
So, could you put your microphone on, please?
Sorry. Yeah, I wrote my proof as a general document rather than individual. So I've covered aspects of drainage in different parts of it. I can read that out, but it may be a little jumpy. That's quite happy to do that. Or if people would just prefer to proceed to cross-examination, that wouldn't worry me. But I'm more than happy to sit there and do my best to read it.
Mr. Williams, had you thought how best to approach this?
I've obviously read, Mr. Cook, your proof and the updated information that was sent through. Well, I got it yesterday. I know you sent it through previously, but I think what would be important is that you have the opportunity to make any additional points that aren't in the written material, if you want to, having based upon what you've heard or reflected upon. And then I have a very limited number of questions. But if there are any additional points that you want to make, then I think you should feel free to make them first.
Okay, I think that seems fair. So, yeah, Mr. Cook, if there's anything additional you want to say, then please do so. Otherwise, we'll probably move straight to cross-examination. And if I could also ask you to sit up here, please, at the witness table. Okay, so yes, is there anything you wish to add, Mr. Cook, or otherwise I'll turn to Mr. Williams?
No, I think it's pretty much speaks for itself. I'll be happy to be cross-examined. Well, I won't be happy to be cross-examined, but...
Okay, well, Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. Just in terms of parameters, this session is focused on flood risk and related matters. You'll be coming back, obviously, to deal with some of the other points. So, also, I'm not going to cross-examine you on legal points as to the extent of any drainage right legally. I don't think that would be useful. We'll make submissions as necessary on relation to legal points. So I'm just going to ask questions about flood risk itself and drainage. On flood risk, you say on page 4 of your proof that the proposals fail to address policy FAV 8 of the neighbourhood plan, which is CD 7.18, and it's on PDF page 50. And I just wanted you to be clear as to which sub-paragraphs of FAV 4 you consider to be conflicted with.
To the best of my memory, it was with respect to 1 and 2. I felt that in view of the fact that there was going to be displacement of flood water, that this gave some risk of flooding elsewhere. However, as the two flood experts have agreed that that will not be the case, I don't have the qualifications to say that they are wrong. And therefore I would have to say that it may not cause flooding elsewhere. However, I do maintain an objection because it is my opinion that it has not been proven that there will not be flooding of the marshes area as a result of the discharge of water into that area, as there is no detailed design, only an outline design. Excuse me. And there's been no assessment of the capacity of that area to act as an adequate receptor site. So, I mean, for example, the ditch that they're seeking to go into, it's likely to be above the level of the drain that comes in. So there's going to probably have to be some form of pumping to change that, which may have some impact locally. But you're talking about 140 odd cubic meters of water per day coming out, as I referred to earlier, and you will also have discharging into that ditch the water from the already waterlogged grazing land adjoining, and it also takes some seepage from the adjoining lagoon, but the capacity of that ditch in its first reach is only 480 cubic meters itself. So ditches in marsh areas, watercourse is very slow moving because ditches aren't generally laid to fall. And they're there more to just catch the excess water from the adjoining land. And so there will be no rapid dispersal or disposal of any water that goes into that ditch. And so it is, there is a good likelihood that some flooding may occur in certain conditions. In the absence of a study, one cannot come to a conclusion on that.
Okay.
So obviously my concern is that the appellants are essentially asking for approval to the discharge in advance of establishing that that is a viable prospect that will not cause problems. I seek people to be aware of that and the fact that that may cause problems down the line when it comes to application to reserved matters, because there is an argument that one will be approving that principle of discharge into the Ramsar if one approves this application.
Okay, so if we can just come back to Fav 8 in that context. Do you have a, it's not meant to be a memory test, do you have a copy of Fav 8?
I don't have it in front of me.
Do you have access to the core documents? That would be very helpful. It's just, I just want to identify really where we should focus.
It is marked, but not...
It's Fav 8, it's fine, it doesn't... Sure, it's full of very helpful material.
Fav 8.
Fav 8, yes please.
Thank you.
The first subparagraph says development must not or must have no significant adverse impact on risk of flooding.
Yes.
So if we just for a moment put to one side your concern about the drainage from the discharge into the ditch, in light of what you've heard from Mr. Whittingham and this morning, you agree that there's no evidence that there would be a significant adverse impact on risk of flooding due to flooding off-site as a result of the development, subject to your point about drainage.
Yes.
And Fav 8.3 is supportive of the use of SUDS.
Yes.
SUDS is the mechanism that the Town Council wants to...
Absolutely, yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I don't think I have any more questions on the wording of Fav 8 if that document wants to be returned to its...
No, but other than obviously, as I said, point 2, the compromise the existing infrastructure was my concern. So
Development, will not, if it would compromise infrastructure to prevent flooding, and again, what specific infrastructure to prevent flooding
the
do you have in
existing
mind?
drainage network.
And that's the ditch. Okay.
Yep.
So both those points come back to the ditch. Thank you. In terms of your concern about storing up trouble for later, you're aware that there will need to be a subsequent consent from the internal drainage board to enable discharge into the ditch.
Yes, the drainage board did flag up some issues.
So, but they will need to give their approval.
They would need to give their approval, yes.
Can you then please look at the officer's report, please, that CD 5.1 on this application?
Can you tell me how to find it?
It's on the website if you have that.
I've been trying to get into the council's website all morning and failing.
I don't know if anyone else in the room is able to help.
We have our copies.
On that topic, I did try yesterday in my hotel and I could access the website, so
But you're unable to in this room.
building for some reason I'm not. I don't know what the difference is.
CD 5.1.
Thank you very much.
And within the report, if we just use the paragraph numbers, it's section 7.16, please.
7.6, did you say?
7.16,
16, right.
and it's headed flood risk and drainage. Do you see that?
Yep.
And just for context, on technical matters, so not the sequential test, you're aware that there's no objection to flooding and drainage matters raised by any of the EA, the lead local flood authority, the internal drainage board or the council.
Or the council, did you
Yeah,
say?
on technical matters.
Other than the objection to the lack of sequential testing?
Yeah.
Not aware of any.
And in this report, if you see, it deals first with flooding, and then there's a section that begins 7.16.31, dealing with surface water drainage. And do you see from 7.16.34, sorry, through to 7.16.43, the report deals with a number of the concerns that the town council raise in relation to discharge, which are the same concerns that you raised to the inspector, aren't they? So 7.16.35, you raise a concern about notification. 36 is dealing with the legal right to discharge. 37 is the notices. 38 is the point about being able to cope, the ditch being able to cope with the volume of water. 739 is the point about having sufficient control at reserved matters. 741 is about the concern about exceeding the capacity. And all of those points were raised and considered by the council as part of the consideration of this application, weren't they?
They were certainly stated within the report, but for example, it says an examination of the application form confirms the requisite notices were served on owners and agricultural tenants, but actually they weren't. It may well be that they were sent off. However, they weren't actually served. It wasn't even certified as having been served on the owners. It was actually served, stated as having been served on an entity, i.e. on Ham Farm. So, the Brays have denied receiving it. Therefore, the fact that it's stated there doesn't mean it is so.
But my point is that all these points have been raised and considered by the council and no objection has been raised.
Well, it's raised by the council in the report that about the concerns that we have made, but they haven't anywhere, as far as I'm aware, stated that they don't think there is any concern. They've just highlighted the fact that these comments have been made.
Thank you. In relation to drainage, the proposal that's been put forward in the flood risk assessment is an outline drainage strategy, and the drainage strategy itself is not for approval on this appeal, is it?
It is an outline drainage strategy. The application was for a SUDS-compliant residential development, and the applicants, now appellants, felt constrained to provide some detail with respect to that to prove that they could achieve it. My point is that they haven't actually proved that they can achieve it. Therefore, I think that is an issue. and why I've said that, in my opinion, there should have been a detailed strategy at this stage, because they've actually stated that they're asking for approval of the SUDS compliance scheme. If approval is given, my concern, and I'm not a legal expert by any manner of means, but my immediate concern would be that they are implicitly getting consent for the SUDS compliancy as a result of getting an approval for this application, notwithstanding the fact that they haven't proved that they can discharge into the Ramsar either efficaciously or without causing impact on the ecology. So that's my problem as I see it. Now, it may be that I am wrong in what I say, but that is the concern that I have raised, and nobody's yet told me that that's not the case in terms of the reading that I've done on the subject. I think it is a possibility that it could be an issue.
Have you read the proposed conditions?
I've read some of the conditions, yes.
Are you aware that the way that the conditions are drafted means that there won't be any discharge, for example, into the ditch in the absence of the approval of a scheme?
In the absence of an approval of
the drainage scheme?
the drainage scheme?
Yeah.
Yes, but that wasn't the case when I wrote my statement. The thing is that there is, once a consent is given to the principle of residential development of the site, there is far greater pressure on the local planning authority to approve the detail that makes it possible. It would be difficult for the local authority to refuse consent for the discharge into the Ramsar if that meant that that the site could not be developed, given that they had given approval for its development.
Well, I think it's best we can look at the particular wording of the conditions, sir, when we get to the conditions session, and if necessary, I can make submissions on that. But other than that, I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Clapp, do you have any questions? Okay. In that case, that's it. Thank you very much, Mr. Cook.
I don't get to ask myself questions. No.
So next we have Mr. Whittingham. And just a reminder, we're trying to finish by 4:30 today because of the handover for committee, so if we just bear that in mind.
Thank you, sir. I don't know whether you closed down many of the documents before lunch. We will need CD 2.14, which is the flood risk appraisal, please. Mr. Whittingham's proof as well, please.
Okay.
And the PPG as well, please, on flood risk, which was CD 6.3. And it's probably helpful to have the flood risk statement of common ground available as well, please. Mr. Whittingham, have you got everything you need connected to the internet?
I believe so, yes.
Thank you. Can I ask you then to turn to your main proof of evidence? Section 1 on page 2. You're Colin Whittingham, is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You're a director at RSK, responsible for technical expertise in flood risk, surface water drainage and the wider water environment. At 1.2, you set out some of your experience, and at 1.3, you set out your qualifications and the professional bodies to which you belong. Is that all correct?
It is, yes.
In section 6, you set out your conclusions. So I don't know whether you'd like us to read these or just take the conclusions as read. It's relatively short.
I'm happy to take them as read, but equally I don't mind.
No, that's fine. That's what we thought would be the case. If we can just take up some specific questions then at this stage of the inquiry. Could you look at CD 2.14, please, the flood risk assessment? And I wanted you, first of all, to explain the background to the FRA and your engagement with the Environment Agency through the process of preparing it.
Certainly. So the first stage of preparing any flood risk assessment is to have a look at the available mapping. This was in the form of the Environment Agency flood zone maps on their online system. This flagged up that there was some flood zone 2 and 3 within the site boundary. And that triggered the fact that we need to then sort of have a look in a bit more detail at the actual risk and assess the risk. In line with the standing advice provided by the Environment Agency, that meant consulting with them to refine the flood levels and get some further information, as well as consulting the other available documents such as the SFRA, which, as we've already discussed, the mapping within that. A typical flood risk assessment, as we've already sort of established, needs to look at the flood risk from all sources. And that's obviously what was undertaken as part of our assessment. And then sort of following on from the assessment, there's the guidance back to our client in terms of locating the more vulnerable development outside of the areas of flood zone 2 and 3. And following on from that, establishing a drainage strategy in order to drain the site. And that's where there was an amendment to the red line boundary at that point, where the sort of the elongated red line off to the drainage ditch was considered and added.
Thank you. And through that process, as far as you are aware, are the Environment Agency satisfied with the technical work within the FRA?
They hold no objections.
Thank you. So can you then come back to how the FRA informed a sequential approach to the development of the site, as you just said it did?
I'd say the principal aim was to guide the main developable areas outside of the flood zones 2 and 3. This is in line with the requirements of the SFRA, as it states. Obviously, the other sort of aspects that go with that, we've got the access road, which I think, as we've already established, is classed as essential infrastructure. And I suppose it has to come off Ham Road at that location. And then there's the other sort of aspect of it is the open space, including the Suds Basin. And again, that was located within that sort of flood zone. But as we've established, it's considered water compatible.
Thank you. Then, if we turn to your proof, please. Section 3. Starting from paragraph 3.16, you then introduce a series of figures. And can you just take us through these figures, please, and explain the issues that arise in relation to the mapping as between the EA mapping, the SFRA mapping, and the FRA site-specific mapping?
So the first figure you refer to is figure 3.2. This is the available Environment Agency flood zone maps. This is based on tidal, the 1 in 200 and 1 in 1,000 tidal limit for flood zone 2 and 3, or the 1 in 100 fluvial limit. But again, as we've established, it's tidal that's the main source of flood risk here. And as can be seen from this figure, the main areas that are at risk are the finger, I suppose, down to the discharge point, and there's no development planned within that area, and the very sort of southeastern corner, but again that's all open space. So the main developable area in this case is all located within flood zone 1. The next figure was so during the consultation with the Environment Agency, they provided us with the flood model for the area, and on further investigation, this is when we established that it looks like the mapping within the SFRA and within the EA zone model were inaccurate due to the historic groundworks on the site. So figure 3.3 takes the available data that replicates flood zones 2 and 3, but on the current ground form based on the LiDAR information. And that largely replicates exactly what's shown within the Environment Agency sort of flood zone maps.
And again, what does that show in relation to the site?
Again, that shows that the developable area is all outside of flood zones 2 and 3. And then figure 3.4, this is following the consultation with the Environment Agency, where they provided us with the flood level of 5.83, which again I think, as we've already discussed, was deemed as an acceptable and level to use in this situation. And this flood map takes into account a static water level of 5.83 overlaid onto the LiDAR information, the latest LiDAR information based on the 2020 LiDAR, so the post-remediation. And this obviously shows there are some areas now within the developable area that are within that zone based on the current ground form.
Thank you. And then that's tidal flooding. Do you want, just while we're in your proof, to deal with the surface water figures, please, and what they show?
Indeed, yes. So figure 3.5 is the Environment Agency's risk of flooding from surface water. I think, as Mr. Hartwell's already sort of discussed, this is based again on historic ground form information. But again, sort of generally, in principle, there is a few areas of ponding within the site boundary.
Thank you. And then figure 3.6.
3.6, this shows the 1 in 100 year risk of surface water flooding overlaid on top of the developable area. And the key point to note here is there are some very isolated areas of ponding. There's no surface water flow paths within the site, so any of the water is almost self-generated within the site itself. But again, as noted previously, a word of caution that it is based on historic ground information.
And you draw a distinction there, which is also referred to at paragraph 2.4 of the Statement of Common Ground, between surface water flow paths and localised ponding. Can you explain why you draw that distinction?
I think with sort of localised ponding. They form within low surface depressions within the site, can be very easily managed within the concept of any site, with no detriment elsewhere. With an overland flow path that's coming through the site, if you start to do anything with levels or any development, then you're inevitably going to either block that flow path or change it, and then you are looking at compensation measures or pushing that floodwater elsewhere, which is not acceptable.
Okay, thank you. You refer in section 2 of your proof to the PPG, and I just want to remind us of that. We looked at it with Mr. Hartwell. If you look at paragraph 4, this is where we looked at the stages of, for having assessed, we looked at avoid, control, mitigate, and then manage residual risk. They were the categories. And if we then go to your proof, please, on page 8, at paragraph 2.10, you refer to that paragraph, and then from 2.11 through to 2.14, you take us through those stages. And I wondered if you could just help by doing that orally and summarise the main steps that were taken at each stage to follow that guidance.
So the first stage is to avoid. So we look to avoid any of the areas of flood zone, and this has been done by obviously putting the main developable area outside of the flood zones 2 and 3. And I think it's worth noting at this point that the remediation of the site would dictate that levels would change across the site as part of the works, and that would obviously change the ground form on the site. So in doing so, the developable area, when I say developable area, I'm obviously referring to where the plots are going at this stage.
When you say plots, sorry.
Like the houses, the main developable area, as well as obviously the access road. These areas can be taken out of the flood zone as part of the remediation.
Thank you. And when I was asking Mr. Hartwell questions this morning on the basis of components, do you remember we had a discussion about the attenuation pond, and if you were looking at the vulnerability of the pond, how would that be classified? What's your view in relation to that, please, in terms of whether it should be classified as vulnerable or not using the MPPF?
I think it should be water compatible, because obviously that's the main purpose of it.
Thank you. And then 2.12, please, in relation to mitigation. Can you explain what the mitigation steps, bearing in mind, as discussed with Mr. Hartwell, his concern that the appellant is using mitigation where it should be using avoidance in terms of placing development at risk of flooding? So
there is mitigation that is proposed, but this is to raise the floor levels within the areas above the design flood level. But that doesn't include the ground remodelling works. So the ground remodelling, as part of the remediation strategy, would form the avoidance and the control. So the development platform will sit outside of the areas of flood zone, and then on the back of that there is additional mitigation to raise the floor levels up by the Environment Agency have recommended a minimum of 300 millimetres above the design flood level. So that takes the floor levels up to a minimum of 6.13.
Why do you make that distinction between finished floor levels and groundworks?
Because the ground levels at that point can be at 5.83 as part of the remediation. And then the floor levels, that's the mitigation on top of that.
Yeah, so that additional raise to 6.1.3 does that relate to avoiding the development from being at risk of flooding it in the design year flood, or is it for some other purpose?
Well, I think the development area is outside of the flood zone anyway, with the remediation that's happening.
Thank you. And then the third stage you describe as being mitigate 2.13. Can you just explain what the role of the mitigation? Sorry, I think I've confused you. 2.12 was about control. Was there anything else you wanted to say in relation to control?
Not on control, no.
And in relation to 2.13, was there anything else you wanted to say in relation to mitigation?
No, I think the only other thing to add there is, again, as part of the Environment Agency consultation, they've said that sort of sleeping accommodation should be 600 mil above the design flood level.
So just to go back one step.
Yep.
So if in a hypothetical scenario when the ground remodelling wasn't for remediation, but was purely in response to flooding, what would you then describe that as in terms of the process?
That would skip straight to the mitigation stage.
Thank you. Yeah, that was my fault. I went between 2.12 and 2.13 at the wrong time. Thank you very much for clarifying that. And then the fourth stage being residual risk. Again, can you tell us what your view is in relation to residual risk in this case?
In this case, it's whether there's a more extreme event than the design event. You know, normally with residual risk, you look at failure of a defence or something like that. But in this case, it's that's not possible. We're already looking at the undefended design flood event. So, in order to manage the residual risk, there are other methods that can be put in place in terms of flood resilience and resistance measures within the design of the houses themselves.
Thank you. And do you remember when Mr. Atkinson spoke on the first day and he was concerned that there was reliance being placed on the Ham Marsh flood defences, and he was concerned about that because they were programmed only to be maintained until 2048. Can you just explain whether that is a concern that the inspector needs to be anxious about?
No, he doesn't need to be anxious about it. The defences are in place at the moment. They offer a low standard of protection between the 1 in 20 and 1 in 50 year event. So anything over and above that, the defences are overtopped anyway. And we're looking at the 200-year climate change event, and it is based on the undefended scenario. So those defences are not in place. So it is a worst case situation.
Thank you very much. Can I ask you then just to go back to your proof, please, at page 27. And at paragraph 3.46, you refer to the impact of the access proposals on the Goldings development. Can you just explain what the consequences of the access proposal will be in terms of flood risk for the Golding development? So
the access off Ham Road itself is slightly elevated from the site, and again, as we've already established, to get access onto that road, to get level access, there will be some ground raising that's required just for engineering reasons, not flood risk reasons. And in doing that, the tidal flood risk that extends sort of through that section within an extreme event would impact on the Goldings development, but the access road would effectively block that off and offer a benefit to the Goldings.
Thank you. Can we then come back to the subject of surface water and go back to figure 3.5, please? First of all, can you explain what issues have arisen in relation to the surface water mapping that was in the SFRA?
The main issues, I think, are obviously the changing of the ground levels from when the mapping was carried out. There was substantial groundworks on the site, either excavations or stockpiling, and as has been picked up in Mr. Hartwell's evidence, he did a comparison of the LiDAR as it was for 2012 when the surface water mapping was carried out, and the more recent 2020 LiDAR, and that shows the comparison between the two. So in the northern area, you've got areas that have
Do you want just to pause and look at that? That was figure 5.5 on page 18.
Yes. So the areas in blue on there have been raised from the 2012 LiDAR, and the areas in red have been lowered by more than 0.5 metre. And obviously that changes the ground form. So whilst the area of surface water flooding within the centre of the site, although the ground levels within that location haven't necessarily changed between the two mapping, obviously the catchment area that feeds into it has changed, and that could have had an impact on the location and the dynamics of the surface water flooding.
And can you explain how this is going to be addressed through the development proposals?
So obviously with the remediation and groundworks, there would be a fall within the site as well to allocate, to allow a gravity drainage system to be established, and that would remove any areas of sort of localised depressions within the topography, and would take that all into account. In terms of the post-development side of things, so that's just the remediation side, but once the development's in place, obviously any rainfall falling on the developable area is going to be captured and managed within the surface water sort of drainage scheme.
Okay, thank you. Well, that then moves us on to the question of drainage, please, concern particularly of Mr. Cook and Town Council. If you go back, please, to the flood risk assessment and outline drainage strategy, CD 2.14, just for clarity, it's described as an outline drainage strategy. Why is that, and how will this process be taken forward?
The idea of that is to establish the principles of the drainage on the site, to establish an outfall location, discharge rates based on current guidance, and the development layout, and make sure there's sufficient space that's been set aside for any drainage infrastructure. In this case, the main feature there is the suds basin. Typically, there's nothing sort of out of the ordinary within the drainage strategy. In this case, we've got a traditional sort of drainage system draining the main developable area, discharging to an attenuation basin that retains the flow, and then a discharge out to a water course with rates controlled at greenfield levels.
And do you have Mr. Cook's proof?
Bear with us, I did have it. Yes.
In paragraph 14, without wishing to oversimplify, Mr. Cook raises concerns about the condition of the receiving ditch and the rate at which water might enter the ditch. Can you just explain whether those are matters that are capable of being controlled through the drainage strategy and the conditions, and what the outcome of that would be?
So in terms of the strategy, obviously, like I say, it's the principles of the drainage that are to be agreed. Normally we'd follow a drainage hierarchy of looking at infiltration being the first option to discharge, but as there's contamination issues, and that's not an option. The next stage was to look at a watercourse, and we've gone to the watercourse that we've chosen mainly because the site and the area drains in that location and discharges within the marshes at that point. The condition of the ditch itself, the condition hasn't been sort of formally assessed at this stage, but in terms of the outfall and the outfall structure, the rates have been agreed with Kent County Council as the lead local flood authority. In terms of the actual design of any outfall structure, that would form part of the detailed design. Consideration at that point would be given into the status of the ditch, the condition of the ditch, whether any extra measures need to be put in place in terms of erosion control, the headwall structure itself. I think the internal drainage board have specified it needs to be a flush structure so it doesn't intrude into the ditch. So it's items like that will come out of the detailed design.
Thank you. And in terms of in paragraph 14, Mr. Cook raises concerns in relation to the Ramsar compared to the current experience. Can you explain whether that's something that would be reflected in the approval of the detailed scheme?
As part of the condition that's imposed, the downstream effects need to be considered, so that's all covered within the condition itself.
Thank you. And the conditions that are being proposed, have they come from the consultation bodies, the consultees?
Yes, they're from the lead local flood authority, and they're fairly standard conditions that are normally imposed at this level of application.
Thank you. And then finally, I think on drainage, paragraph 29 of Mr. Cook, there's specific comments raised in relation to the particular attenuation storage. And, for example, where the hydro break might be placed. Can you just tell us how the points such as this will be addressed?
This would all form part of the detailed design. At the moment, the strategy, like I say, just to establish that there is sufficient space allocated on the site. There's no accountability for any storage within the system other than the attenuation basin. So I see he's talked about the surface area and the volumes. They will be refined at the detailed design stage. The basin would be designed normally in line with an ecologist to make sure there's planting and everything else that needs to sort of be put in place. The side slopes that we've put in for the strategy are based on the Syria guidance for safety, so they're set at 1 in 4. But again, with benching and other things, and that could potentially change, but not contravene the guidance. So that's the kind of thing that will come out for the detailed design. The location of the hydro break is obviously downstream of the attenuation basin, and the idea of that being it controls the flows and allows the water to back up within the basin. There's an element that has been discussed within the FRA about standing water within the basin. Again, that's normally an ecology or sort of pollution prevention requirement that's put in place. That volume of water that's in the basin as standing water, that's not taken into account in the calculations that have been carried out at this stage, and obviously at the design stage as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham. Was there anything else you wanted to cover?
I don't think so, no.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I will now turn over to Mr. Clapp.
Thank you very much, sir. Afternoon, Mr. Whittingham.
Afternoon.
We know, don't we, in terms of just general questions setting the scene, we know we're considering flood risk from all sources, don't we? Tidal risk, surface water flooding. And we know as well, have to factor in the effects of climate change, don't we, when we're thinking about those things?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, and we covered with Mr. Hartwell how we do that this morning. I don't take it that you disagree with him as to how to take those matters into account, broadly speaking.
No, I think we were largely in agreement of the technical aspects of the flood risk.
Great, okay, well, that's really helpful, thank you. And all of your flood risk evidence is about flood risk at this site, isn't it?
It is, yes.
Don't include analysis of any flood risk at any other site?
No.
And you say your evidence is aimed at showing that flood risk has been a key consideration in determination of the location of built development on the application site. That's the wording in your proof.
Yes.
Yeah. You don't say that flood risk influenced the selection of the site itself.
No.
And all of your evidence, as far as I understand it, is about putting development in the lowest risk area, you say, within a site itself, which is at risk of flooding.
There is flood risk identified on the site, yes, within the red line boundary, but...
I've just got to record it for my note. You agree yes, and then there's some qualification. Can I
Yes.
record that?
Yes.
Thank you. And then you say, well, we'll come to what the precise term you use is, but then you say you mitigate flood risk within those areas that are still at risk of flooding, if I can put it like that.
Yes.
Well, you've said yes vaguely. I think it's probably because I asked my question poorly. So what I'm saying is that insofar as we're considering the design of the scheme at this stage, you say you've tried to steer it away from the areas that are at risk of flooding, but there are some bits where you've been unsuccessful, and in respect of those bits, you say there are further works necessary to make them not at risk of flooding. Is that right?
That's correct, but obviously those further works aren't necessarily related to just protecting those areas from flooding.
We'll come on to that. Okay. And can we look at the reason for refusal, please? It's at CD 5.2. I just want to go through some of the individual elements, but I've got to turn it up myself first, forgive me. I'm so sorry, I'm just turning the document up. Yeah, so this is the decision notice, isn't it? Okay, great. Okay, so it's the second reason for refusal. It's on the second page of 5.2. I'm sure you're there already. I just want to look at the individual elements of the reason for refusal. I'm going to go through them and ask you some questions about them. It says the proposed development fails to demonstrate the development could not be located in areas at lower flood risk. As a statement of fact, that's right, isn't it? You haven't done that.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
No sequential test is undertaken. I think we know the answer to that. Correct? That's yes, isn't it?
Yes.
And as such, this is the next bit. The proposal fails to show that it would not unnecessarily locate more vulnerable uses within an area at risk of flooding. Stop there. I mean, that's right, isn't it?
Yes.
So we've already covered this. You don't know if there's another local site which could accommodate this development.
No.
And as I understand it, the difference between the parties basically is whether all of that means that there's been a breach of the policies that are then mentioned, NPPF, and local plan policies, PPG, etc.
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you too many questions about that. I'm going to leave that for Mr.
No,
May.
I'd say the sequential test will be picked up in the
Yeah.
planning.
Yeah. Now, will you agree with me that if a sequential test should have been performed and wasn't, you should, or the inspector should refuse this application for permission?
That's the inspector's decision, obviously not mine.
Yeah, okay. Well, will you agree with me that that's what the guidance indicates should happen?
Yes.
Okay, well, you've probably got Mr. Hartwell's proof open, have you?
I have, yes.
I just want to go to it because I want to show it to the inspector. Can we go to page 6 of his proof? You got it? Thank you. We're talking about paragraph 004 of the PPG. The third bullet point says where the sequential and exception tests have been applied as necessary and not met, development should not be allowed. So is that where you take your answer from about the guidance?
Yes, based on
Okay.
what we've said, yes.
Thank you. And I think you say at paragraph 1.4 of your proof that flood risk is determined where location of built development is stationed on the site. Is that right?
Yes.
And that you can minimise flood risk via locating the various elements. And then, I accept you don't want to use this term, but you mitigate the rest, or you reduce the extent of the risk in respect of the rest within the site. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And we know, we can come back to the plans in a moment, we know the sites in flood zones 2 and 3, don't we? Covered that just now.
There are parts of the site within flood zones 2 and 3, yes.
Okay. This is 3.2 of your proof, or 3-2, whatever it is. Page 17, I think. Just looked at it. So you said parts of the site are. Is that your answer?
Yeah. Is it 3.20? Is that
3.2, figure 3.2, page 17.
figure? Yes.
I'm so sorry. That was confusing. It's my fault.
Yes.
So we know, don't we, on the basis of that analysis, that parts of the site are at a medium to high probability of flooding at present.
Yes.
That's applying the groupings, you know, what's high, what's medium, etc. Don't need to turn up the document. You'll agree with me that that's what they mean.
Yeah. It's
Flood risk 3.
Flood zone 3 is high, 2 is medium.
Okay.
Yes.
So there are areas of the site, just to be clear, that are currently at high to medium risk of
Yes.
flooding. Okay. And we need to consider the position in light of climate change. We know that. It's not enough, is it, for us to just stop our analysis here on the flood zones? We have to go further, don't we?
We do, yes. Yep.
So this document won't tell us anything about future risk of flooding, will it?
When you say this document,
Sorry, figure 3.2.
3.2, no, there's no climate change applied to those.
So we have to, as we know, consider future flooding.
Yes.
So the fact that none of the development itself, or at least in this document, none of the developable area is in one of the flood zones, not determinative of whether the sequential test should be applied or not, is it?
No, it's not, no.
Developable area in the figure 3.2, your figure 3.2, you've set it out here, but you haven't included the access, have you?
No, this was just the housing layout.
Yeah.
of
So
more vulnerable development.
okay. So it should really, if we're being fair, include the access, shouldn't it? Because that's developable area.
Yes, it's part of the development. Yes. And as is the remediation.
That's my next question. Should include the attenuation basin as well, shouldn't it?
That's part of the development. Yes.
So this document is incomplete, isn't it, in terms of, well, insofar as it seeks to represent the developable area of the site, it's incomplete.
If we're to include the access road and the basin.
Well, you've just told me they're
They
development.
do form part of the development. Yes.
And we know, don't we, climate change, this is an obvious point, it's not going to make the flooding situation any better. You say so in your proof.
Definitely not. No.
So things are going to get worse in respect to this
Yes.
diagram, aren't they? Yeah. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you a few questions about policy and approach because you've mentioned it in your proof. I think that's fair. It's fair to say that you are going to leave, or I can take a lot of these matters up with Mr. Lane. But you do have a section called Flood Risk Policy Requirements and Approach, which is your section 2. So it's probably helpful to ask you a few questions about it. And you have, I think, made a few claims about the correct approach to national and local policy, don't you? Or haven't you, rather?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. First thing I want to ask you about is on the first page of section 2, page 6 of your proof. You've made reference to paragraph 167 of the MPPF. You see that?
Yes.
Do you include the full paragraph?
Without going back and checking, I couldn't tell you.
Well, we're going to have to go back and check because you haven't. So
No, there are bullet
Yeah.
points below that. Yes.
can you turn up 167 of the framework, please?
Yes.
So what you say is that you say all plans should apply a sequential risk-based approach to the location of development, take into account all sources of flood risk and the current and future impacts of climate change so as to avoid, where possible, flood risk to people and property. Now the next sentence states that they should do this, i.e. you should apply a risk-based approach by and manage residual risk by A. And then what's the first way that you achieve the approach that you've quoted in paragraph 167?
By applying the sequential test and then, if necessary, the exception test.
Okay. So what I want to ask you is, I mean, it's a rather obvious question, but the relevant paragraph that you've included is again incomplete, isn't it?
It has omitted those bullet points, yes.
And the bit you've missed out tells one how to deliver the sequential approach, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
And the bit that you've missed out that tells you how to deliver the sequential approach tells you to do a sequential test, doesn't it?
It says to apply the test and then, like I say, if necessary, carry out the exception test. But yes.
I know that you agree with me. I've just
Yes.
got to record it. You know, I
Yeah,
can't.
absolutely,
Yeah. So, if one were to rely on what your proof says at 167 as a statement of policy, they'd be misled as to what the MPPF requires, wouldn't they?
It does point them in the direction of the MPPF, but it is obviously an extract of it rather than the full point, yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, we've just been through it. You've just told me that it misses out how to deliver the relevant thing that you're talking about. Are you going to agree with me that one would be misled on the basis of what's included in your proof, paragraph 167, partial quotation, or do I need to make submissions on that?
No, I think there's the points should have been added to clarify.
Okay, that's very fair. Thank you. Mr. Hartwell's section 4, no doubt you've read it several times. He's included all of it, hasn't he?
It has, yes.
In fact, he's included 165, 166, 167, 168, all of the relevant bits of the guidance, all of the relevant bits, PPG, all of the relevant bits of the EA guidance, hasn't he?
Without going back and checking, I'll have to take your word for that, but yes, it does appear so.
So will you agree with me that his explanation of policy is more detailed than yours?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Now you've still got that, hopefully still got that paragraph 2.4 of your proof open. If not, I'd be grateful if you could come back to it, please.
Yes.
So we've just covered, haven't we, the bits that are omitted are important for understanding what the framework requires. Agree with me about that?
Yep.
Can I just point out this is not the planning witness, and 167 is a strategic plan making policy, not a development control policy.
Okay, I'll allow this to continue for the moment because it is in the witness's proof. But
Not those bits.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
It's a plan making policy.
Yeah. Okay. I've got one more question on this point. I can move on. I've got a few more things on policy, but the final bit on 167 is that the next bit of your analysis that you include, 2.5, is then not informed by the criteria which are relevant for the purposes of the previous paragraph of the MPPF.
Not based on, say, with the current ground levels and everything else. So no, the climate change has put some of the developable area within that flood zone.
Okay. Now, I entirely hear what my learned friend says. You're not planning witness. I'm not going to... We already agreed I'm not going to push things too much further in terms of policy. But we know, don't we, paragraph 168 of the MPPF contains the sequential tests. And we know that that's a material matter for the purposes of this inquiry, don't we? And we know whether it applies or not is a key issue for the purposes of this inquiry. We know that.
Yes, yeah. I mean, it does state that the strategic flood risk assessment should provide the basis for applying the test.
Yeah, okay. But my question is, you haven't mentioned paragraph 168 in the policy section of your proof, have you?
No.
And you've not even mentioned it to explain why you think it doesn't apply by reference to the actual paragraph number of the MPPF.
No.
And in the course of your proof, you refer to the approach as being a pragmatic sequential approach at paragraph 2.5 and 220. Yeah, do you recall writing that, or do we need to go to the paragraph?
No, that's fine, yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
At 220, you say the approach you've applied is not a full sequential test. Yeah.
Yes.
And then at 5.2, you say that the exception test would be satisfied in your approach, yes?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you've tried to address how a number of other tests, other than the sequential test, could be met by the proposed development.
When you say a number of other tests.
Well, the test that I've just mentioned.
Oh, yes.
Pragmatic sequential, full sequential exception.
Yes. So,
Okay. You were asked the question by the inspector, talking about avoiding flood risk, taking the site as it is. I think your answer was that in terms of base remediation, you would put the ground at 5.83 AOD, is that right?
that's correct, yes.
Yeah, and then you'd raise it by 6.13 AOD for the purposes of dealing with the flood risk, is that right?
Yeah. So when I say 5.83 for the ground, obviously that's not been, the full remediation strategy hasn't sort of been established at this stage.
No.
That's a,
Oh, yeah.
that would be the minimum level that we would look to.
Okay, so we've got a current site as it is,
Yes.
and then you're going to remediate it and bring it up to 583, but that wouldn't do the job in terms of mitigating against flood risk, would it? Because you need to raise it even more, 6.13.
To 5.83 would be the flood level that we're working to. So on top of that, that's your extra sort of your freeboard, your mitigation that the Environment Agency would require. So
And as part of, it's no part of any remediation scheme that I've seen that would fix the raised level to be 583.
I'm not saying they'll be fixed at 5.83. They may be higher than that as part of the strategy. We know there is obviously contamination, and particularly in the location of the basin, there will be a lining system that's put in place, and that would raise levels.
Could it be lower?
Like I say, without knowing what the remediation is, I couldn't say.
So again, there is a proposed condition that deals with this, which is dealt with by Mr. Lane at paragraph 6.60 of his proof, that advances a level of 6 metres.
Okay.
I'd like to go, please, to Appendix D, which is page 129. Can you tell me when you're there?
Yes, I've got that, yeah.
It's Appendix D, page 129, to 6.1, which is the SFRA. And we can see in this document, I think, the extent of the modelled flooding, blue and green, based on the 2018 North Kent data, yeah?
Yes.
And you say 2.18 of your proof, this shows large areas of the site to be at potential risk of flooding. So just talking about this plan only, extensive flooding on this model in the vicinity of the site and its surroundings. Do you agree with me about that?
Yes, yeah.
And you quite rightly say this document's based on out-of-date topographic data, And you say that that's because the original data didn't take into account the site's been remediated, right? I think that's what you say.
It's been, yeah, the brickworks have stopped, so yes.
Okay. And obviously that's a site-specific error, isn't it? That's about this particular site.
It is, yes.
You don't criticise any of the other mapping on this document?
I've not reviewed the rest of the mapping.
Okay.
That wasn't part of the brief of the flood risk assessment.
But insofar as the document identifies that the site's at risk of flooding, we can agree that that's an accurate thing for it to indicate.
Yes.
And it remains, doesn't it, so far as this document's concerned, in flood zones 2 and 3 on the basis of this data?
Again, there are parts of the site within.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, yeah.
Forgive me, I'm not trying to suggest that the whole site's in flood zones 2 and 3. I fully take that point. So if we were just relying on the SFRA to assess whether this site's in flood zone 2 and 3, and we can agree, and it shows that's an accurate statement of fact, isn't it?
But based on this mapping, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, tidal flooding. We're going to talk about tidal flooding for a bit now. Okay. Dominant form of flood risk in the area. We've covered that. Yes?
Yes.
And just one point. I think it's just a version control point, but you say at 3.24 of your proof, it's probably helpful to turn it up. Final sentence. You say the SFRA does not represent current topographic changes on site following the infill of application site and is therefore out of date. I think we can agree, based on having heard the evidence, that it doesn't represent the topographic changes. You then say reliance cannot be placed on this data. This was agreed with Swale Borough Council, see flood risk statement of common ground. Now, that wasn't a matter that was agreed in the statement of common ground, was it?
The fact that the mapping was out of date was, yes.
Yes, but Swale Borough Council haven't agreed that reliance cannot be placed on the data from the SFRA, have they?
Okay, no, that's, yes, that's your point there, yes.
So insofar as that paragraph creates a misleading impression, it needs to be corrected, doesn't it?
It does, yes, yeah. So, yeah, just to reiterate then, it's the mapping that was agreed was incorrect, not the reliance on the data.
Thank you, it's very fair. And we can interpret the SFRA data, can't we, in light of the updated information we have?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Hartwell produced at his figure 5.5 or 5-5, which is page 18, numbered pages internally, probably page 26 of the PDF. He's produced a comparison document, hasn't he, between the old LiDAR information and the most accurate LiDAR information.
Yes.
So we can see, can't we, the difference between the pre and post infilling.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you say that's the difference between the remediated and unremediated site?
Well, that's the difference between the 2018 data, I think, and the 2022 data. So that's, I mean, that just shows the different ground forms. There's obviously still concerns with contamination, hence the requirement to carry out additional remediation.
I mean, I suppose it's quite convenient in a sense, isn't it, that the proposed remediation works that are necessary to deal with this contamination just so happen to be entirely appropriate to make the site safe from flooding. So is that a coincidence?
I don't think that's down for me to comment on the level of the remediation that's required. That's not my area of expertise.
No. Okay. And you accept this is accurate, I think.
When you say this,
I'm so sorry. The comparison document that Mr. Hartwell's done.
based on the two LiDAR data sets, yes. I mean, we do have a site-specific topographic survey, which is arguably more accurate than the LiDAR that's flown.
Okay, and you've produced, haven't you, some updated analysis, as you explain at 3.25 of your proof. And I think the undefended results are then at your fig 3.4, is that right?
Yes.
And that's with the updated LiDAR data?
Yes.
Okay. And we can also see that, can't we, at CD 2.14 at Appendix H1.
Yes, Appendix H, yes.
And I just want to talk about what they show. We've covered it already, so I do apologise if this is covering ground that we've already crossed. But we can see that there's flooding, can't we, to the northwest, south, and west of the site.
Yes.
And on the diagram, there's overlay with an illustrated layout, and we can see that the access is covered by flooding. Yeah.
Yes.
And there's some of the development, at least on this illustrated layout, proposed to the north of the site, yes?
Yes.
And then there's some encroachment again to the south, is that right?
That's correct, yep.
And those areas to the north and the south include areas of housing, don't they?
Well, they show you a developable area, where the locations of the plots are themselves, and that's...
Well, okay, well,
that's
dealing
not
with...
set at the moment.
Okay, but dealing with it on this illustrated plan, they show areas of housing, don't they?
They show developable area, yes, housing in that area, yes.
Okay. And this may be a question for Mr. Lane, but if we have to think about whether a sequential test applies at the outline stage, we're always going to be dealing with an illustrative layout, aren't we?
We are, yes.
So insofar, I just want to be clear about what your case is. Insofar as you've agreed in the statement of common ground that the areas at risk of flooding include housing, this is what this diagram shows.
Can we just be a bit more, when you say statement of common ground,
Okay.
which paragraph do you have in mind?
2.4. Sorry, 2.5. 2.5.
Yeah, but 2.5 is about surface water.
Just make a note of that.
But then, from memory, that was agreed with the previous witness that actually applied to both, I think.
That's what I thought.
I think that was my note.
Wasn't
Yeah.
the question I asked, I don't think.
Okay. And then, thank you. 2.3. Some areas of the site indicatively identified development, including housing, main access road, drainage, and attenuation. Is that the paragraph that we're talking about? That's where we're going? Okay. So 2.3 refers to H1 and H2. Is that right? Okay.
Yeah, it's fair to say 2.5 is additional, if you like.
Yeah. No, I've got that, yeah. Fair enough. Okay, good. Well, good to have that clarified. The reason that you're proposing ground reprofiling in the areas that are identified in H1, H2, the areas for raising, is because those are developable areas that would be at risk of flooding without ground raising, right?
Based on the current level, yes.
Okay. And you've suggested, I think, that your client's steering development away from areas of flooding, but will you accept that on the case we've discussed so far, there will still be some housing which is at risk of flooding, and that's why these ground raising matters are necessary?
The ground raising I say, isn't part of the flood risk mitigation. That's part of the remediation side of things. But yeah, based on the current ground form, yes, there are areas within the local parcels that are at risk.
Okay.
I'm just conscious of time, Mr. Clapp.
I actually haven't got very much.
Okay,
left.
then we'll carry on.
Oh, you're thinking about a break. Forgive me. I've probably got. I've got maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes left. I mean, we're going to finish easily in advance of scheduled time. If it's convenient for you and you want to have a break, that's.
I think, given there'll probably be some further questions from Mr. Cook, I think it's probably best that we have a short break now and then continue afterwards.
So can I ask Mr. Whittingham just to put the mic a bit closer to
Okay. I don't think it's on. That
It's
might
not
be a
on at the
problem.
moment, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So it's 3 minutes past. Shall we reconvene at 20 past 3? And obviously, Mr. Whittingham, you're... Okay, yes, the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
just want to check that you're happy turning up page 19, Mr. Hartwell's proof. Happy in terms of tidal mapping as compared to the document in H1 and H2 of the FRA. You're happy that these are comparable?
Yes. Yeah, there's some slight changes. The Appendix H was done on the topographic survey, but largely they're in agreement with each other.
So we are agreed then, applying relevant analysis for the future, using the up-to-date LiDAR data, and without ground raising, the site will be at risk of tidal flooding in the sections that those two plans overlap,
Yes.
i.e. the bits in the north and the south.
Yes. Yeah.
We're agreed. Also, I think this is that covers bits that are development, some of the housing, the access road, the basin.
So, and some open space in the south. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And I think it also affects some of the footpaths to the south, just in passing. Is that right?
Looking at the plan, I think so. Yes. Yeah, but I haven't assessed the footpaths.
Okay. So the only way to make the developable area flood safe would be to raise the ground levels in those areas that I've identified. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's tidal flooding. Let's talk about surface water flooding very briefly. Can we pick it up at 329 of your proof, please? And you reproduce at your figure 3.5 an EA long-term flood risk map. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
If we look at the map, it shows areas high risk in dark blue, medium risk in lighter blue.
Yes. Yeah.
And we have, I think, at my count, 9 dark blue spots. Is that about right?
Yes. Yeah.
And then we have 10 lighter blue spots. Yeah.
Yes.
So looking at the plan, sections of the site that are at risk of surface water flooding, yes?
Based on that map, yes. Yeah.
But we've got to adjust for climate change, haven't we?
Yes.
And if we look at Mr. Hartwell's page 16, he's conducted that analysis, hasn't he?
Yes.
And we can see that there are pockets of flooding within the site.
Yes.
And there are quite a few in the developable area, aren't there?
Yes.
And there's a large patch in the middle, which I think you say is notable at your 330,
Yes. Yeah.
in respect of the diagram, which is not adjusted for climate change, yes?
Yep.
But it becomes more pronounced in the climate change diagram, doesn't it?
Inevitably, yes. Yeah.
And we can also see all of this in your figure 3.7 on your page 24, which increases surface water flooding extents,
Yep.
as you say. And your general criticism or your general point, I think, is that all of the surface water flooding or surface water modelling is based on the old lower level data. Is that broadly fair?
Yes. Yeah.
And if we turn up Mr. Hartwell's page 20, we've been here before, but let's just cover it again. There's a topographical depression in the middle of the site here, which is the comparison with the new LiDAR data, which is in around the same place that the previous surface water pooling was demonstrated under the old data, yes?
Yes. Yeah.
And that suggests that there will likely be similar effects as previously modelled on the unremediated site, isn't it?
Yeah, I think on this map, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is still it's just the surface water extents that have been overlaid on top of this. So nothing's been reassessed by either myself or Mr. Hartwell.
Okay. Thank you. And the map presented by Mr. Hartwell, by which map I mean his figure 5.4, shows a continued risk of surface water flooding, doesn't it?
5.4 shows, yes, there is some on site, but again, this is still based on the original LiDAR. So
I know.
yes, yeah, just to clarify.
And are you saying that risk goes away completely? 'Cause I don't think you've produced any evidence to show that, have you?
No, it's not been reassessed. But, the fact is that the ground levels, not necessarily within that area of ponding within the centre of the site, have changed, but the surrounding levels have. So it's arguable whether the catchment that contributes to it has changed as well.
Well, it's arguable. Are you making that argument?
I've not assessed it, so
no,
can't say.
Okay. Well, the inspector is armed with enough information to assess for himself whether he thinks there's going to be surface water flooding in the middle of the site or not.
Indeed, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And one of the things you say, I think, is there are going to be no large flow paths on the site.
Yep.
But there will still be ponding of water based on pooling of water based on the data that we have. That's right, isn't it?
Based on the data that's there now, yes. Yes.
And there's no document that you've referred to or produced in support of your assessment that says we have to look at flow paths and pooling when we're assessing surface water flooding, is there?
No, I think that's just a pragmatic sort of approach to it. Like I say, it's very rare to find any site without any small areas of ponding shown on there, just because of the way the mapping's done based on the topography.
Mm-hmm. And I think, just to be absolutely clear, we've spoken so far about raising some developable areas by 300 millimetres, but have you seen reference to raising the sleeping accommodation by 600 millimetres? Have you seen that?
That's one of the Environment Agency's requirements, yes.
So there are effectively two kinds of ground raising for the purposes of making this scheme safe from risk of flooding.
I would say so, but again, it's an outline application. I'm not sure that the housing mix has been looked at, but
okay.
I doubt there would be any bungalows or anything.
That's very fair.
In terms of the 600 for sleeping accommodation, I think that's just a sort of an arbitrary requirement.
Okay. Okay. I think those are my questions on flood risk itself. I've just got two topics I'm going to ask you about: consultation, and then one other issue. You've referred to the EA and Kent County Council in the fifth section of your proof.
Yes.
They state parts of the site shown to be at high risk of tidal flooding, and this is at CD 4.23. Sorry, I set out the quote without taking you to the document. It's CD 4.23. Should be an EA letter, I hope.
Yes, it is, yes.
Yeah. 4.23. Turn up myself. Okay. They say parts of the site shown to be at high risk of tidal flooding. You've read that? Yes?
Yes.
And then they suggest some mitigation measures, don't they? They say overcoming our objection.
They do, yes.
And with the mitigation, you'd then still have areas of the site within flood zone 3A. This is your final sentence of 5.2. Yeah?
Yes, yeah.
So even then, if you do that stuff, you've got bits of the site or bits of the development that are being placed in flood zone 3A. Yeah?
The flood zone 3, so in flood zone 3A, as it stands, there's just the green open space.
Yeah. No.
Yes, yeah.
Now we know EA are not the decision makers for whether the sequential test is required or not, are they?
No.
No. They don't say whether the proposal should be subject to the sequential test or not.
They don't know.
Not their role.
No.
Same point applies in respect of Kent County Council.
Yes, correct, yeah.
Okay. This may be a matter for Mr. Lane. It's the last topic I want to ask you. When we're thinking about whether sequential test is necessary, we are not looking at the benefits of performing one versus the drawbacks of performing one, are we? It's not a cost-benefit analysis.
No, it's not, no.
So when we're thinking about potential benefit for the Goldings development in terms of flooding, flood prevention, that might be a benefit of this scheme, but it doesn't matter for whether we determine whether to perform a sequential test or not. Does it?
I don't believe it would, no. I don't think it would.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham. Thank you very much, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Cook.
Thank you. Mr. Whittingham, you were asked to make comment on my proof, para 14, where I raised concerns with respect to the receptor ditch. And you said that infiltration is the first strategy to be considered, but because of the contamination, that wasn't possible, and so you went for the system that you're doing it. You submitted your scheme from the outset as part of the application?
In terms of drainage?
Sorry?
In terms of the drainage strategy?
Yes, your drainage strategy was submitted as from the outset as part of the application.
It was, yes.
Yeah. Are you aware that the planning forms for the application stated that there was no contamination?
I'm not aware of that, no. That wasn't. I didn't fill out the application.
You refer to probably enjoying the end of my questions, I think. You mentioned putting in a head wall that would be finished flush with the ditch.
Yes, I did, yes.
But the agreement with respect to a head wall being built requires it not to be in the drainage ditch, in the sense that the drainage ditch is 50 metres from the transferor's land, and the head wall and other drainage apparatus can only be constructed no further than 25 metres from the boundary of the transferor's land, which means that it would fall the development site's side of the access to the farm. Were you aware of that?
The the sort of the land ownership issues aren't
No. Okay.
aren't for me to cover.
You said that the basin would be designed by ecologists to allow for planting. So are you presuming some standing water?
So it won't be designed by the ecologists. It'll be designed by a civil engineer, but it will be in consultation with the ecologists to obviously establish the best type of planting and everything else. But yes, the intention would be to have some retained standing water at the base of the...
So effectively that would be separate to the actual attenuation storage area?
Yes, the attenuation would be... The volume of attenuation would be above that standing water.
Right. Obviously, we're aware that the scheme's in outline only. Mr. Williams asked why a drainage strategy has been submitted, and you said it was to establish the principles of drainage of the site. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Which, as you will have heard, is my concern, is that the principles would be established by this appeal in the absence of any study of the Ramsar area in terms of its capacity. Would you normally expect to have to do a study of that area to confirm its acceptability as a receptor site?
Generally not, because the restrictions on the rates that we look at are they're limited to the Q-bar greenfield rate, which is roughly equivalent to a two-year rainfall event. So arguably in any more than a two-year event on the site as it happens at the moment, there'll be more runoff leaving the site, entering the marshes, just the way that the land falls. So in anything, there's a restriction of water, and there's actually less water going.
But in fact, none of the appeal site discharges into the Ramsar.
Not with
present.
Not with a direct connection. But there is obviously, there is runoff from the site that will follow the local topography, and generally that is in a sort of northern direction towards that ditch and towards the marshes at that location.
Well, there's actually that narrow arm that extends northwards. That's not a flow channel at present for drainage from the site, and it ceases because you've got the access to the farm crossing it, which is slightly raised. So you're not actually going to get any discharge of water from the site into that drainage ditch at present, are you?
Water will still leave the site at the moment. At the moment, it'll be uncontrolled, and if that's where it'd end up, the water, inevitably there'll be ponding water.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty hearing you. Can I shut that window?
Shall we shut the window? So,
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah. Thank you for trying to call it down. I think there's one more over by that pillar.
Thank you very much.
So I was just saying that at the moment the runoff from the site is uncontrolled, and it does follow the local topography. If it ends up in that location, if you say there's not a direct connection, excuse me, to the ditch, it would pond in that location, spill over the road, and end up in the marshes. So I think we need to remember that obviously again the LLFA and the IDB are both satisfied with the approach that's taken. There will be more detail that comes out of the detailed design that would specify levels, materials, the head wall structure, the location of that, the form that would take, and there would be refinements to the basin, possibly the size. There'll be other features that are put on the site itself. We always recommend permeable surfaces where we can, and again, in this situation, if there is contamination under the ground in those locations, although there's permeable surfacing, they will be lined, and that offers sort of pollution benefits, albeit it doesn't necessarily reduce the rate of water that would run off from the site.
Yes, you talk in terms of the basin being lined. You appreciate that all the quarries that have been dug are full of water, which just comes in because it's marshland, it's waterlogged land. It would be difficult to just put a waterproof membrane in there as a liner, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I think normally with things like this, because a waterproof membrane can be perforated. So normally with these things, there's a clay liner that's used instead. Again, I'm going back from previous experience, but typically we're looking at sort of 3 to 450 mil of clays to line the basin, and with the remediation that's going to happen, that's sort of built up rather than digging down. So in terms of the ground, I think you mentioned it previously about the groundwater being an issue and effectively the pond floating, because the levels will be built up rather than dug down. Then that's not an issue from a groundwater perspective.
So you're going to have a 1.8 metre deep basin, but you only referred to a 600 upstand to protect it from flooding.
So it will be bunded at the top to prevent water ingress from an extreme tidal event. So that will stop the water getting into the sort of the open structure. But there'll also be, again, this will come from the design, but there'll be non-return valves and maybe a flapped outfall on the outfall point to stop the water coming back up the pipes and filling the basin. So at any point the basin will be available for attenuation. As again we're getting into the detail of it, but normally as part of a detailed design, not just with situations where you've got tidal flooding, but where you're just discharging into a ditch, you need to look at a surcharged outfall. So that's where the water level in the receiving ditch is higher, and being sort of tidal in this area, that will go up and down with the tide and the water level. So that will be taken into account in the design of the basin.
The basin depth will be such that you'll have to have pumping station to take the drainage water.
It's not intended to have a pump station,
because you're taking water, if it's going to relate to the finished level of the houses at 6.13 on the bottom part of the site, you've going to have the drainage therefore at a level of about 5.1, and then you've got a 250 plus metre run as a minimum to get to the attenuation at a 1 in 100 fall. So it's going to drop down 2.5 metres, so it's going to come in at a level of around 2.5 AOD. If you're talking about the top of your attenuation being at about 6.3, 6.6, which if you're building up a bund and it being 1.8 metres deep, that means it's going to be a couple of metres above the level of the incoming sewer.
Yep, so that's assuming the levels in everything drains south to north, that's correct, towards where the basin will go in. Normally with anything like this, the level that's been specified of 6.13 is the minimum level that's recommended by the Environment Agency for flood risk perspective. There's other factors that go into consideration, so there may be some, we behind the calculations that we've done in the flood risk assessment, we have looked at levels, and there is going to, there is a potential for ground raising in the southern side of the site anyway, regardless of the fact of any remediation or flood risk, just to get the gravity outfall that you talk about. But again, that will come from there'll be a detailed cut and fill exercise, volumetrics as part of the design, and that will set the finished floor levels of the plot, the development levels.
Houses on the southern part of the site may be above the 6.13.
There's potential
floor
for that,
level.
yes. Yeah.
So we could be talking about taller houses than has currently been allowed for in terms of the landscape assessment.
I don't know about that, to be honest. I don't. But again, because that level's not fixed, we don't know what that would be. But we're not just going to raise levels and then contravene another condition or another requirement.
We have got 2 metres to find somewhere for the drum, for you to avoid having a pumping station. But anyway, have you got any idea? Presumably, then you have no idea at present how much imported material would be required to achieve your.
No, I've certainly not assessed that. I don't know if that's been assessed as part of the application at this stage. But I think at an outline stage, that's not something that would be looked at.
It's fairly significant, though, if one's talking in terms of possibly 36,000 cubic metres of material coming into the site, which has been calculated by some people who haven't had the benefit, and now you're saying the level may go up even further. That's a lot of material coming in. That's a lot of potential pollution from dust and noise from the material being dumped and spread. But at this stage, we have no idea of what the volume would be.
I don't know where those numbers have come from. Again, the impacts in terms of traffic movement and things, again, that's not my realm. No. In terms of inevitably there will be some material that's imported. I think in terms of the dust and management of things like that'll all form part of the construction environmental management plan, which will be a condition. And just to clarify, I think a comment you made earlier, the access to the site is going to be raised up to the 6.13 level to avoid flooding? Well, it needs to be raised anyway to get level access off the road at Ham Road at that point, which I don't have the map in front of me, but I think the level at that point is about 6.3, 6.4 anyway. So just to get that level access, and again, I'm not a civil engineer that in terms of road design, but I think the 1 in 20 gradient has been discussed as reasonable.
Yes, so it's just a thought I had that if you didn't raise the access above flood levels, then that would mean emergency vehicles wouldn't be able to access the site at a time of flood.
Yes, and again, that's part of the reason why the raising's there. I mean, again, emergency vehicles can pass through certain depths of water. It's not ideal, and we'd seek to avoid that. But that's why the 300 mil has been added on top of the design flood event.
You referred in your proof to the manhole that was 850 metres from the site. The one nearest manhole that Southern Water said was available as that didn't have issues. Can't remember where the...
Is this 4.9 and 4.10 of my proof?
Yes, do you know where that manhole is?
Yes, it's the one that's got the available capacity is the other side of the creek.
The other side of the creek, yes.
So, yes, that's...
Near the sewage works?
Yes, yeah. So, a connection to that would be technically possible, but so it's not something that we consider.
A couple of miles of sewer run away.
Yes, yeah. But Southern Water have indicated that should the application come forward, they would upgrade the network as part of their infrastructure requirement.
Have they actually stated that? Because my understanding is that, I mean, obviously there is an onus upon them to drain the site, and they've asked for the 2-year moratorium whilst they work out how it could be done. Now, in a development that we did, which was only for 100 houses in that side of Faversham, we ended up having to put in storage on site and pump overnight. because of the lack of capacity?
So in the flood risk assessment, that's core document 214, Appendix G is their formal response. And I think that the key points here are the first and second paragraphs. They say there's currently inadequate capacity at the nearest manhole, which is the one we sort of wanted to connect into. But the Southern Water has a duty to provide network capacity from the point of practical connection, funded by the new infrastructure charge. Southern Water will aim to provide this within 24 months following the date that planning has been granted for developments not identified as strategic sites in our current business plan.
Okay, that's my questions done with. Many thanks for your assistance.
Okay, thank you. Is there any re-examination, Mr. Whittingham?
Thank you. Well, both right, Mr. Williams and Miss Whittingham. Just four points, I think, please, Mr. Whittingham. And can I ask you to have open again 2 documents you were asked about? Firstly, the decision notice reason for refusal. That was CD 5.2. And secondly, figure 3.2 in your proof of evidence, please.
Yes, I've got both of those, yes.
And you were taken to the first reason for refusal, and in particular the part that says, and as such the proposal fails to show that it would not unnecessarily locate more vulnerable uses within areas at risk of flooding. Do you see that part and the reference to more vulnerable uses?
Yes.
And you were then taken to figure 3.2 in relation to it not showing certain components of the development, for example, the access.
Yes.
Can you just explain why and how the developable area has been drawn the way that it has? What's it capturing?
So that captures the more vulnerable development in terms of the housing allocation. And that's defined within the PPG and MPPF.
Thank you. Moving on, but still within your proof, please. Paragraph 3.24. This is a paragraph that deals with the EA model based upon historic ground levels, and you were taken in particular to the final sentence about the SFRA not representing current topographical changes on site, following the infill of the application site is therefore out of date, and reliance can't be placed on this data. And you said it's fair to correct that because that final phrase was not agreed with Swale Borough Council in the Statement of Common Ground. That's fine. I just want your view, please, as to the reliability of that data as a result.
Well, I think as we've discussed, both from myself and for Mr. Hartwell, that the mapping within the SFRA is incorrect. It's not based on current information. It's not based on current ground levels, and therefore it is considered inaccurate. And I think I'm fair to say that that's not disputed.
Thank you. Third point, please, and again, just documents to reference on this. You were asked about paragraph 2.3 of the Statement of Common Ground, please. Do you have that?
Yes.
And that paragraph refers to and describes Appendix H of CD 2.14, the FRA. So could you also have that, please?
Yes, I've got that.
And what paragraph 2.3 says is that the outputs of the FRA show some of the areas of the site indicatively identified for development, including housing the main access road and the drainage and attenuation pond, in the development framework plan that would be at risk of flooding in the 1 in 200 year high essential undefended tidal flood event. Do you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
And I just want to be clear, when we look at H2, what site levels are being represented on that
H2.
image?
So that's the level of raising that's required to achieve a level of 6.13.
And in terms of where the blue goes, the extent of the flood extent, what is that? What levels is that based upon?
That's based on 5.83.
Thank you. And in terms of the reason, what is the reason for there being changes in ground level in the developable area?
That's as part of the remediation of the site. And then with the access road, that's to obtain the level access off Ham Road.
Thank you. And you were asked earlier by learned friend Mr. Clapp about the 5.83 or 6.13, and you said it was, your answer was 5.83 is the level that we've been working to. And can you just explain what you meant by that in the context of areas at risk of flooding?
So that was just to identify the areas that were at risk of flooding from an event of that magnitude.
Thank you. And if we just, while we have this, I think it helps pick up a question asked by Mr. Cook. If you look back at H2 and we look in relation to the access itself, you know, where it joins Ham Road, can you just explain how the access itself sits within the area identified as being below the 5.83 metre flood extent?
So the actual point of access off Ham Road is above the 5.83, and then when it obviously enters the site, it goes through this area that's where the ground levels are below the 5.83, and that's where the road levels would be raised compared to the ground levels to get this level access.
Thank you very much. Okay, final point, please, relates to surface water. And again, the document that you were asked about was Mr. Hartwell's proof. Page 20, please. It's really just a couple of short follow-up questions. You were asked about this figure showing the likely effects to be similar as previously modelled, and your answer was that, as you understood it, this plan didn't show that the extents had been reassessed. They had just been overlaid on the new site level information. And can you just explain why you made that qualification? Does it have any consequence?
Yes, just because the outlines are on there, but they haven't been reassessed, so we don't know if they're accurate or not based on this current ground form. I think the intention was to try and compare it to show that the ponding is in depressions as they are at the moment. But like I said, that potentially changes the catchment areas that contribute to these areas.
Thank you. And from your point of view, having identified the changes in the floor, in the site levels, why hasn't there been more modelling undertaken? Why was that not considered necessary in the circumstances?
I think because as a development site, any of the water that falls on, this is at the sort of the upstream end of the catchment, I suppose, that contributes to it. So it's all generated within the site. So that the development of the site itself would incorporate the drainage strategy, capture and manage that rainfall. And that's based on, even if it was based on existing ground levels. So that sort of area of ponding would go away. And there would be no risk.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whittingham. Unless you have any questions, that concludes our evidence.
Okay, nothing further from me, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the flooding evidence. I'm just thinking about next steps. So it looks like tomorrow would have, probably taking up the morning, conditions and 106 roundtable sessions. Now, on the face of it, that seems like quite a light day, but if the framework comes out at about 11 a.m, then I'm sure we'll all have more than enough to occupy ourselves that afternoon. So I think it still seems sensible to me to hold that and then have the site visit on Friday morning. What I'm thinking about, though, is how we decide what to do following that, because it's going to depend essentially on our review of the framework and what it says. And it might be that we decide we're not coming back at all next week because it has to all be adjourned. So sort of open question really is the best way of communication sort of Thursday afternoon and Friday morning, given that we won't be in this room.
My learned friend and I could speak in the first instance about our views and then attempt to provide an agreed approach for you to consider. Might be one way forward.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The latest that we've seen on the news is that late tomorrow morning is when it's expected, whatever that means. I agree, sir, it's sensible to think about this. The difficulty arises if one party should take the view that we should proceed on Tuesday and the other party takes the view that we shouldn't. I think if we're all in agreement, and in that situation, assuming you agree with the parties, then there won't be a problem, I don't think. The difficulty, like I say, is if it's disputed, and I don't have a particularly good solution for that, other than to try and liaise and you take a decision by email. I accept that if it is disputed, the safer course of action is likely to be to adjourn rather than proceed. But I think it's probably best to touch base at lunchtime tomorrow, once we've dealt with conditions in 106, and then hopefully reach an agreed position.
Okay, so we'll see where we are at lunchtime tomorrow, because we will all still be in the room at that point. And it might be we can immediately make a decision in terms of whether or not we're adjourning or not. And if we don't, then we can at that point agree what we do in terms of making the decision.
So another thought that my learned friend raised earlier is whether you would want to go on site earlier, first thing, for example. It might also have the advantage that your inquiry week would finish tomorrow rather than Friday.
My only concern about that is we haven't yet agreed. We don't have a map unless that has been produced in the background.
It is being agreed, but it's not with us right now. So, but we could have a word to say, agree it.
And do we have landowner's permission? Our Gladman landowner.
We're not landowner, but we're in contact with the agents, yes.
Okay. Do we think it's realistic to agree that this evening at some point, so that it can basically be handed to me in paper format if we met in the morning?
Should we just take 5 minutes and we can make a phone call and discuss with the council and then let you know, because it might be significant. If we can definitely say yes in 5 minutes, I think it's worth taking the time.
Okay, so if we break up now and then come back at 7:15, it's 7 minutes past. Is that okay? Okay, the inquiry is adjourned. Thank you.
As I understand it, so the landscape experts have spoken with one another, and a draft walking route is being produced, and as I understand it, that can be circulated this afternoon, subject to what Mr. Carpenter is about to tell me.
Is everybody relevant available tomorrow at 9:30? I'm thinking of Ms. Beaumont. Would she want to be there?
She's not particularly ambulatory.
Okay. Okay, so you'll be there on her behalf, so to speak. Okay.
Mr. Lane can be there.
I'll just wait for the council to come back. Will Mr. Grimshaw be there?
Not if it's tomorrow morning. I think he's based up in the northwest. I mean, if it was important for you that he were, then we can see
No.
if the trains are running.
I also always want as few people as possible because, really, the whole purpose is just for me to see things rather than hear everything.
And it's Mr. Grimshaw and Mr. Etchells who have been liaising on the viewpoints, and they're not new viewpoints. It's just a question of getting them on one agreed route.
I would recommend that everybody dresses for very muddy conditions who is going. And probably suit and ties is not de rigueur.
Mr. Carpenter, any update?
Yes, he hasn't received anything yet from Mr. Grimshaw.
Mhm.
Mr. Grimshaw's got his email address. I suspect he's now going to be sent. So it's all doable.
And will you be attending? So it'd be Mr. Carpenter, Mr. Lane, Mr. Cook, and myself. And remind me, where did we agree to park? So let's be precise.
There is a car park at the end of Ham Road. Might be the best place to leave cars rather than in Ham Road itself, which is very narrow. Unless one, as I say, Ham Farm is a possibility.
As I mentioned yesterday, sorry, Mr. Cook, as I mentioned yesterday, at the southern end of Ham Road, where it's a wide, newly designed road, there's car parking on the left-hand side, very close to the entrance to the site where the access is proposed. If we all meet there,
Okay.
then we can do what we need to do.
Is that near
It's near
the new buildings that have just been
Exactly.
built? Okay.
You know, I think it's called Older Close. Is one of the closest.
So
Yeah, is that okay with you?
the car park is at the end of Ham Road with a junction with Orr Road and Priory Row.
Okay, so order close or order road. Yeah, okay. And is 9:30 okay?
Yes.
And then obviously please bring a paper copy of whatever I need to see.
Yes, I think together
Well,
we'll
between whoever does it, I don't mind. Okay, so let's just think that through. Then we could come back here and have the conditions in 106 in the afternoon. And probably at that point, get to the point we know how we're going to deal with the framework in terms of broad principles. Shall we say 1 o'clock starting in the afternoon? Okay. Anything else anyone needs to raise? Okay. In that case, thank you very much, and the inquiry is adjourned.